Section 23 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. How the Cayman was killed, from Waterton's Wanderings in South America. In the year 1782 there was born in the old house of Walton, near Pontefract in Yorkshire, a boy named Charles Waterton, who afterwards became very famous as a traveller and a naturalist. As soon as he could walk, he was always to be found poking about among trees or playing with animals, and both at home and at school he got into many a scrape through his love of adventure. He was only about 10 when some other boys dared him to ride on a cow, and of course he was not going to be beaten. So up he got while the cow was only thinking about how good the grass tasted. But the moment she felt a strange weight on her back, she flung her heels straight into the air, and off flew Master Waterton over her head. Many years after this, Waterton was traveling in South America, seeing and doing many curious things. For a long time he had set his heart on catching a cayman, a kind of alligator that is found in the rivers of Guyana. For this purpose he took some Indians with him to the Essequibo, which falls into the sea not far from Demerara, and was known to be a famous place for caymans. It was no good attempting to go after them during the long bright day. They were safely in hiding, and never thought of coming out till the sun was below the horizon. So Waterton and his Indians waited in patience till the moon rose, and everything was still, except that now and then a huge fish would leap into the air and plunge again under water. Suddenly there broke forth a fearful noise, unlike the cry of any other creature. As one cayman called, another answered, and although caymans are not very common anywhere, that night you would have thought that the world was full of them. The 3 men stopped eating their supper of turtle and turned and looked over the river. Waterton could see nothing, but the Indian silently pointed to a black log that lay in the stream, just over the place where they had baited a hook with a large fish and bound it on a board. At the end of the board a rope was fastened, and this was also made fast to a tree on the bank. By and by the black log began to move, and in the bright moonlight he was clearly seen to open his long jaws and to take the bait inside them. But the watchers on shore pulled the rope too soon, and the cayman dropped the bait at once. Then for an hour he lay quite still, thinking what he should do next, but feeling cross at having lost his supper, he made up his mind to try once more, and cautiously took the bait in his mouth. Again the rope was pulled, and again the bait was dropped into the river. But in the end the cayman proved more cunning than the Indians, for after he played this trick for 3 or 4 times, he managed to get the fish without the hook, and when the sun rose again, Waterton knew that cayman hunting was over for that day. For 2 or 3 nights they watched and waited, but did not ever get so near success as before. Let them conceal the hook and the bait ever so cleverly, the cayman was sure to be cleverer than they, and when morning came, the bait was always gone and the hook always left. The Indians, however, had no intention of allowing the cayman to beat them in the long run, and one of them invented a new hook, which this time was destined to better luck. He took 4 or 5 pieces of wood about a foot long, barred them at each end, and tied them firmly to the end of a rope 30 yards long. Above the barb was baited the flesh of an akuri, a creature the size of a rabbit. The whole was then fastened to a post driven into the sand, and the attention of the cayman aroused to what was going on by some sharp blows on an empty tortoise shell, which served as a drum. About 5:30 the Indian got up and stole out to look, and then he called triumphantly to the rest to come up at once, for on the hook was a cayman, 10 feet and a half long. But hard as it had been to secure him, it was nothing to the difficulty of getting him out alive and with his scales uninjured, especially as the 4 Indians absolutely refused to help, and that left only 2 white men and a Negro to grapple with the huge monster. Of these 2, the Negro showed himself very timid, and it was not easy to persuade him to be of any use. The position was certainly puzzling. If the Indians refused to help, the cayman could not be taken alive at all, and if they gave it, it was only at the price of injuring the animal and spoiling its skin. At length a compromise occurred to Waterton. He would take the mast of the canoe, which was about 8 feet long, and would thrust it down the cayman's throat if it showed any signs of attacking him. On this condition the Indians agreed to give their aid. Matters being thus arranged, Waterton then placed his men, about 7 in all, at the end of the rope and told them to pull till the cayman rose to the surface, while he himself knelt down with a pole about 4 yards from the bank, ready for the cayman, should he appear, roaring. Then he gave the signal, and slowly the men began to pull. But the cayman was not to be caught without a struggle. He snorted and plunged violently till the rope was slackened, when he instantly dived below. Then the men braced all their strength for another effort, and this time out he came and made straight for Waterton. The naturalist was so excited by his capture that he lost all sense of the danger of his position. He waited till the cayman was within a few feet of him, when he flung away his pole, and with a flying leap landed on the cayman's back, twisting up the creature's feet and holding tightly on to them. The cayman, very naturally, could not in the least understand what had happened, but he began to plunge and struggle, and to lash out behind with his thick, scaly tail, while the Indians looked on from afar, and shouted in triumph. To Waterton, the only fear was lest the rope proved too weak for the strain, in which case he and the cayman would promptly disappear into the depths of the Essequibo. But happily the rope was strong, and after being dragged by the Indians for 40 yards along the sand, the cayman gave in, and Waterton contrived to tie his jaws together and to lash his feet onto his back. Then he was put to death, and so ended the chase of the cayman. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 24, The Story of Fido, by Miss A.M. Aline. Fido's master had to go a long journey across the country to a certain town, and he was carrying with him a large bag of gold to deposit at the bank there. This bag he carried on his saddle, for he was riding, as in those days there were no trains, and he had to travel as quickly as he could. Fido scampered cheerfully along at the horse's heels, and every now and then the man would call out to her, and Fido would wag her tail and bark back an answer. The sun was hot, and the road dusty, and poor Fido's little legs grew more and more tired. At last they came to a cool, shady wood, and the master stopped, dismounted, and tied his horse to a tree, and took his heavy saddle-bags from the saddle. He laid them down very carefully, and pointing to them, said to Fido, "Watch them." Then he drew his cloak about him, lay down with his head on the bags, and soon was fast asleep. Little Fido curled herself up close to her master's head, with her nose over one end of the bags, and went to sleep too. But she did not sleep very soundly, for her master had told her to watch, and every few moments she would open her eyes and prick up her ears in case anyone were coming. The wounding of Fido. Her master was tired and slept soundly and long, much longer than he had intended. At last he was awakened by Fido's licking his face. The dog saw that the sun was nearly setting, and knew that it was time for her master to go on his journey. The man patted Fido and then jumped up, much troubled to find he had slept so long. He snatched up his cloak, threw it over his horse, untied the bridle, sprang into the saddle, and calling Fido, started off in great haste. But Fido did not seem ready to follow him. She ran after the horse and bit at his heels, and then ran back again to the woods, all the time barking furiously. This she did several times, but her master had no time to heed her and galloped away, thinking she would follow him. At last the little dog sat down by the roadside and looked sorrowfully after her master, until he had turned a bend in the road. When he was no longer in sight, she sprang up with a wild bark and ran after him again. She overtook him just as he had stopped to water his horse at a brook that flowed across the road. She stood beside the brook and barked so savagely that her master rode back and called her to him. But instead of coming, she darted off down the road, still barking. Her master did not know what to think, and began to fear that his dog was going mad. Mad dogs are afraid of water, and act in a strange way when they see it. While the man was thinking of this, Fido came running back again and dashed at him furiously. She leapt at the legs of his horse and even jumped up and bit the toe of her master's boot. Then she ran down the road again, barking with all her might. Her master was now sure that she was mad, and, taking out his pistol, he shot her. He rode away quickly, for he loved her dearly, and could not bear to see her die. He had not ridden very far when he stopped suddenly. He felt under his coat for his saddlebags. They were not there. Could he have dropped them, or had he left them behind in the wood where he had rested? He felt sure they must be in the wood, for he could not remember having picked them up or fastening them to his saddle. He turned his horse and rode back again as hard as he could. When he came to the brook, he sighed and said, "Poor Fido." But though he looked about, he could see nothing of her. When he crossed the brook, he saw some drops of blood on the ground, and all along the road he still saw drops of blood. Tears came into his eyes, and he felt very sad and guilty, for now he understood why little Fido had acted so strangely. She knew that her master had left behind his precious bags of gold, and so she had tried to tell him in the only way she could. All the way to the wood lay the drops of blood. At last he reached the wood, and there, all safe, lay the bags of gold. And beside them, with her little nose lying over one end of them, lay faithful Fido, who, you will be pleased to hear, recovered from her wound and lived to a great age. End of chapter 24.
Section 25 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunil Goswami. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Beasts Besieged. Adapted from ℅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀🔀. 25 years ago, in the winter of 1870-1871, Paris was closely besieged by the Germans, who had beaten one French army after another on the frontier and had now advanced into the very heart of the country. The cold was frightful and no wood could be got, and as if this was not enough, food began to give out, and the people inside the city soon learned to know the tortures of hunger. There was no hay or corn for the horses. After sheep and oxen, they were the first animals to be eaten. And then whispers were heard about elephants and camels and other beasts in the Jardin des Plantes, which is the French name for the zoological gardens. Now it is quite bad enough to be taken from the forests and deserts where you never did anything but just what you chose, and to be shut up in a small cage behind bars. But it is still worse not to have enough food to eat, and worst of all, to be made into food for other people. Luckily, the animals did not know what was being talked about in the world outside, or they would have been more uncomfortable than they were already. Any visitor to the Jardin des Plantes about Christmas time in 1870 and for many weeks later would have seen a strange sight. Some parts of the gardens were set aside for hospitals, and rows of beds occupied every sheltered building. Passing through these, the visitor found himself in the kingdom of the beasts, who were often much more gentle than their jailers. After coming from the streets where nothing was the same as it had been 6 months before, and everything was topsy-turvy, it was almost soothing to watch the animals going on in their usual way, quite regardless of what men might be doing outside. There was the white bear swinging himself from side to side and rubbing his nose against the bars, just as he had done on the day that he had first taken up his abode here. There was a camel still asking for cakes, and an elephant trumpeting with fury because he didn't get any. Nobody had cakes for themselves, and it would have been far easier to place a gold piece in the twirling proboscis. An elephant who is badly fed is not a pretty spectacle. Its skin is so large that it seems as if it would take in at least 3 or 4 extra bodies, and having only one shrunken skeleton to cover, it shrivels up into huge wrinkles and looks like the earth after a dry summer. On the whole, certain kinds of bears come off best, for they can sleep all the winter through, and when they wake up, the world will seem the same as when they last shut their eyes. And unless their friend the white bear tells them in bear language all that has happened, they will never be any the wiser. Still, it is not all the bears who are lucky enough to have the gift of sleep. Some remained broad awake and stood idly about in the corners of their dens, not knowing how to get rid of the time that hung so heavily on their paws. What was the use for the big brown marten to go up to the top of his tree when there was no one to tickle his nose with a piece of bread at the end of a string? Why should his brother take the trouble to stand up on his hind legs when there was nobody to laugh and clap him? Only one very young bear indeed, with bright eyes and a yellow skin, went on his own way regardless of spectators, and he was busily engaged in looking at himself in a pail of water and putting on all sorts of little airs and graces from sheer admiration of his own beauty. Perhaps the most to be pitied of all were the lions, for they do not know how to play, and could only lie about and remember the days when towards sunset they crept towards the cool hill and waited till the antelopes came down for their evening drink, and then, but that is only a memory. While stretched out close by is the poor lioness in the last stage of consumption, and looking more like those half-starved fighting lions you see on royal coats of arms than a real beast. At such times, most children would give anything to catch up the zoological gardens and carry them right away into the center of Africa and let out the beasts and make them happy and comfortable once more. But that was not the feeling of the little boy who had been taken by his mother to see the beasts as a treat for his birthday. At each cage they passed, he came to a standstill, and gazing at the animal with greedy eyes, he said, "Mother, would you like to eat that?" Every time his mother answered him, "No one eats these beasts, my boy. They are brought from countries a long way off and cost a great deal of money." The child was silent for a moment, but at the sight of the zebra, the elk, or the little hyena, his face brightened again, and his voice might be heard peeping forth its old question, "Mother, would you like to eat that?" It's a comfort to think that the horrid greedy boy was disappointed in his hopes. Whatever else he may have eaten, the taste of lions and of bears is still strange to him, for the siege of Paris came to an end at last, and the animals were made happy as of old with their daily portions. End of section 25. Recording by Sunil Goswami.
Section 26 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susie White. Mr. Gully by Miss Elspeth Campbell. He was a herring gull, and one of the largest I have ever seen. He was beautiful to look at with his soft gray plumage, never a feather of which was out of place. Of his character I will say nothing. That can be best judged by reading the following truthful biography of my Dove of the Waters. I cannot begin at the beginning. Of his youth, which doubtless in every sense of the word was a stormy one, I know nothing. He had already acquired the wisdom, or perhaps in his case slyness is a better word, of years by the time that he came to us. Gully was found one day in a field near our house in a very much exhausted condition. He had probably come a long distance, which he must have accomplished on foot, as he was unable to fly owing to his wing having been pinioned. He was very hungry, and greedily bolted a small fish that we offered him, and screamed for more. We then turned him into the garden, where he soon found a sheltered corner by our dining room window, and went to sleep standing on one leg. The other one he always kept tucked away, so that was quite invisible. Next morning I came out to look for Gully and feed him. He had vanished. I thought of the pond where I kept my goldfish, 40 beautiful goldfish. There, sure enough, was Mr. Gully swimming about contentedly. But where were the goldfish? Instead of the crystal clear pond was a pool of muddy water. Instead of 40 goldfish, all that I could make out, when Mr. Gully had been chased away and the water given time to settle, was one miserable little half-dead fish, the only survivor of the 40. This was the first of Gully's misdeeds. To look at Gully, no one could believe him to be capable of hurting a fly. He had the most lovely, gentle brown eyes you ever saw, and seemed more like a benevolent old professor than anything else. He generally appeared to be half asleep, or else sunning himself with a contented smile on his thoughtful countenance. Gully next took to killing the sparrows. He was very clever at this. When he had finished eating, the sparrows were in the habit of appropriating the remnants of the feast. This Gully strongly disapproved of. So when he had eaten as much as he wanted, he retired behind a chair and waited till the sparrows were busy feasting. Then he would make a rush and seize the nearest offender. He sometimes used to kill as many as from 2 to 4 sparrows a day in this manner. The pigeons then took to coming too near his reach. At first he was afraid of them and left them alone. But the day came when a young fantail was foolish enough to take his airing on the terrace, close to Mr. Gully's nose. This was too much for Mr. Gully, who pounced upon the unfortunate squeaker and slew him. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥌥. And after this, Mr. Gully took the greatest delight in hunting these unfortunate birds and murdering them. No pigeon was too large for him to attack. I only just succeeded in saving the cock-powder, a giant among pigeons, from an untimely death by coming up in time to drive Mr. Gully away from his victim. After this, we decided to shut Mr. Gully up. We thought he would make a charming companion for the guinea pigs. At that time, I used to keep about 50 of various species in a hen run. So to the guinea pigs, Gully was banished. At first the arrangement answered admirably. Gully behaved as nicely as possible for about a month, and we were all congratulating ourselves on having found such a good way out of our difficulty, when all at once his thirst for blood was roused afresh. One day he murdered 4 guinea pigs, and the next day 3 more of these unfortunate little beasts. We then let him join the hens and ducks. He at once constituted himself the leader of the latter. Every morning he would lead them down to a pond at the bottom of the fields, a distance of about 1/4 of a mile, and every evening he would summon them round him and lead them home. At his cry, the ducks and drakes would come waddling up to him with loud quacks. He used always to march in the most stately manner about 2 yards ahead of them. Of the cocks and hens, Gully deigned to take no notice. On 2 occasions he made an exception to this rule of conduct. On the first, he and a hen had a dispute over the possession of a worm. This dispute led to a fight, of which Gully was getting the best, when the combatants were separated. On the second occasion, Gully was accused of decapitating a hen. No one saw him do it, but it looked only too like his work. He had a neat, clean style. One day he led his ducks to the pond as usual, but in the evening they returned by themselves. We came to the conclusion that the poor old bird must be dead. We quite gave him up for lost and had mourned him for 2 or 3 weeks, when what should we see one day but Mr. Gully leading his ducks as usual to his favorite pond, as if he had never been away. Where he had spent all the time he was absent remains a mystery to this day. After this he remained with us some time, during which he performed no new feat of valor with the exception of one fight which he had with a cat. In this fight he had some feathers pulled out, but ultimately succeeded in driving her off after giving her legs such a bite that she was lame for many a long day. Since then he has again disappeared. Will he ever return? Mysterious was his coming, and mysterious his going. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Stories from Pliny. How Dogs Love. Now there was living at Rome, under the emperors Vespasian and Titus, AD 69 to 81, a man called Pliny, who gave up his life to the study of animals and plants. He not only watched their habits for himself, but he listened eagerly to all that travelers would tell him, and sometimes happened to believe too much, and wrote in his book things that were not true. Still, there were a great many facts which he had found out for himself, and the stories he tells about animals are of interest to everyone, partly because it seems strange to think that dogs and horses and other creatures were just the same then as they are now. The dogs that Pliny writes about lived in all parts of the Roman Empire and were as faithful and devoted to their masters as our dogs are to us. One dog, called Hyrcanus, belonging to King Lysimachus, one of the successors of Alexander the Great, jumped onto the funeral pyre on which lay burning the dead body of his master, and so did another dog at the burial of Hiero of Syracuse. But during the lifetime of Pliny himself, a dog's devotion in the heart of Rome had touched even the Roman citizens, ashamed though they generally were of showing their feelings. It had happened that a plot against the life of Nero had been discovered, and the chief conspirator, Titus Sabinus by name, was put to death, together with some of his servants. One of these men had a dog, of which he was very fond, and from the moment the man was thrown into prison, the dog could not be persuaded to move away from the door. At last there came a day when the man suffered the cruel death common in Rome for such offences, and was thrown down a steep flight of stairs, where he broke his neck. A crowd of Romans had gathered round the place of execution in order to see the sight, and in the midst of them all the dog managed to reach his master's side and lay there, howling piteously. Then one of the crowd, moved with pity, threw the dog a piece of meat, but he only took it and laid it across his master's mouth. By and by the men came for the body in order to throw it into the river Tiber, and even then the dog followed and swam after it, and held it up and tried to bring it to land, till the people came out in multitudes from the houses round about to see what it was to be faithful unto death and beyond it. End of section 27. Recording by ℅𝔶𝔏𝔏.
Section 28 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. In the early part of this century, a little boy of 3 years old, ℌ𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐍, travelled with his parents from Tarbes in the south of France to Paris. He was so small that he could not speak any proper French, but talked like the country people, and he divided the world into those who spoke like him and were his friends, and those who did not and were strangers. But though he was only 3 and a great baby in many ways, he loved his home dearly and everything about it, and it nearly broke his heart to come away. His parents tried to comfort him by giving him the most beautiful chocolates and little cakes, and when that failed, they tried what drums and trumpets would do. But drums and trumpets succeeded no better than cakes and chocolates, for the greater part of poor Théophile's tears were shed for the dog he had left behind him, called ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, which his father had given away to a friend, as he did not think that any dog who had been accustomed to run along the hills and valleys above Tarbes could ever make himself happy in Paris. Théophile, however, did not understand this, but cried for ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 all day long, and one morning he could bear it no longer. His nurse had put out all his tin soldiers neatly on the table, with a little German village surrounded by stiff green trees just in front of them, hoping Théophile might play at a battle or a siege, and she had also placed his fiddle, which was painted bright scarlet, quite handy, so that he might play the triumphal march of the victor. Nothing was of any use. As soon as Josephine's back was turned, Théophile threw soldiers and village and fiddle out of the window, and then prepared to jump after them, so that he might take the shortest way back to Tarbes and ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𥐥. Luckily, just as his foot was on the sill, Josephine came back from the next room and saw what he was about. She rushed after him and caught him by the jacket, and then took him on her knee and asked him why he was going to do anything so naughty and dangerous. When Théophile explained that it was ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 whom he wanted and must have, and that nobody else mattered at all, Josephine was so afraid he would try to run away again that she told him that if he would only have patience and wait a little, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 would come to him. All day long Théophile gave Josephine no peace. Every few minutes he came running to his nurse to know if ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 had arrived, and he was only quieted when Josephine went out and returned, carrying a little dog, which in some ways was very like his beloved ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞. Théophile was not quite satisfied at first, till he remembered that ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 had travelled a long way, and it was not to be expected that he should look the same dog as when he started. So he put aside his doubts and knelt down to give ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 a great hug of welcome. The new ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞, like the old, was a lovely black poodle, and had excellent manners, besides being full of fun. He licked Théophile on both cheeks, and was altogether so friendly that he was ready to eat bread and butter off the same plate as his little master. The two got on beautifully, and were perfectly happy for some time, and then gradually ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 began to lose his spirits, and instead of jumping and running about the world, he moved slowly, as if he was in pain. He breathed slowly and heavily, and refused to eat anything, and even Théophile could see he was feeling ill. One day ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 was lying stretched out on his master's lap, and Théophile was softly stroking his skin, when suddenly his hand caught in what seemed to be string or strong thread. In great surprise, Josephine was at once called to explain the strange matter. She stooped down and peered closely at the dog's skin, then took her scissors and cut the thread. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 stretched herself, gave a shake, and jumped down from Théophile's lap, leaving a sort of black sheepskin behind him. Some wicked men had sewn him up in this coat, so that they might get more money for him, and without it he was not a poodle at all, but just an ugly little street dog, without beauty of any kind. After helping to eat Théophile's bread and butter and soup for some weeks, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 began to grow fatter, and his outside skin became too tight for him, and he was nearly suffocated. Once delivered from it, he shook his ears for joy and danced a waltz of his own round the room, not caring a straw how ugly he might be as long as he was comfortable. A very few weeks spent in the society of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 made the memory of Tarbes and its mountains grow dim in the mind of Théophile. He learnt French and forgot the way the country people talked, and soon he had become, thanks to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𥌗, such a thorough little Parisian that he would not have understood what his old friends said if one of them had spoken to him. End of section 28. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare.
Section 29 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Still Waters Run Deep, or The Dancing Dog by ℅𝔀𝔀𝔀🌍. Ménagerie Intime. When little Théophile became big Théophile, he was as fond as ever of dogs and cats, and he knew more about them than anybody else. After the death of a large white spaniel called Luther, he filled a vacant place on his rug by another of the same breed, to whom he gave the name of Zamore. Zamore was a little dog, as black as ink, except for 2 yellow patches over his eyes and a stray patch on his chest. He was not in the least handsome, and no stranger would ever have given him a second thought. But when you came to know him, you found Zamore was not a common dog at all. He despised all women, and absolutely refused to obey them or to follow them, and neither Théophile's mother nor his sisters could get the smallest sign of friendship from him. If they offered him cakes or sugar, he would accept them in a dignified manner, but never dreamed of saying "thank you," still less of wagging his tail on the floor, or giving little yaps of delight and gratitude, as well-brought-up dogs should do. Even to Théophile's father, whom he liked better than anyone else, he was cold and respectful, though he followed him everywhere, and never left his master's heels when they took a walk. And when they were fishing together, Zamore would sit silent on the bank for hours together, and only allowed himself one bark when the fish was safely hooked. Now no one could possibly have guessed that a dog of such very quiet and reserved manners was at heart as gay and cheerful as the silliest kitten that ever was born. But so he was, and this was how his family found it out. One day he was walking as seriously as usual through a broad square in the outskirts of Paris, when he was surprised at meeting a large grey donkey, with 2 panniers on its back, and in the panniers a troop of dogs, some dressed as Swiss shepherdesses, some as Turks, some in full court costume. The owner of the animals stopped the donkey close to where Zamore was standing, and bade the dogs jump down. Then he cracked his whip, the fife and drum struck up a merry tune, the dogs steadied themselves on their hind legs, and the dance began. Zamore looked on as if he had been turned into stone. The sight of these dogs, dressed in bright colours, this one with his head covered by a feathered hat, and that one by a turban, but all moving about in time to the music, and making pirouettes and little bows. Were they really dogs he was watching, or some new kind of men? Anyway, he had never seen anything so enchanting or so beautiful, and if it was true that they were only dogs, well, he was a dog too. With that thought, all that had lain hidden in Zamore's soul burst forth, and when the dancers filed gracefully before him, he raised himself on his hind legs, and in spite of staggering a little, prepared to join the ring, to the great amusement of the spectators. The dog-owner, however, whose name was Monsieur Corey, did not see matters in the same light. He raised his whip a second time, and brought it down with a crack on the sides of Zamore, who ran out of the ring, and with his tail between his legs and an air of deep thought, he returned home. All that day Zamore was more serious and more gloomy than ever. Nothing would tempt him out, hardly even his favourite dinner, and it was quite plain that that he was turning over something in his mind, but during the night his two young mistresses were awakened by a strange noise that seemed to come from an empty room next theirs, where Zamore usually slept. They both lay awake and listened, and thought it was like a measured stamping, and that the mice might be giving a ball. But could little mice feet tread so heavily as that? Supposing a thief had got in? So the bravest of the two girls got up, and stealing to the door softly, opened it, and looked into the room. And what do you think she saw? Why, Zamore on his hind legs, his paws in the air, practising carefully the steps that he had been watching that morning. This was not, as one might have expected, a mere fancy of the moment, which would be quite forgotten the next day. Zamore was too serious a dog for that, and by dint of hard study he became in time a beautiful dancer. As often as the fife and drum were heard in the streets, Zamore rushed out of the house, glided softly between the spectators, and watched with absorbed attention the dancing dogs who were doing their steps. But remembering the blow he had had from the whip, he took care not to join them. He noted their positions, the figures, the way they held their bodies, and in the night he copied them, though by day he was just as solemn as ever. Soon he was not contented with merely copying what he saw. He invented for himself, and it is only just to say that, in stateliness of step, few dogs could come up to him. Often his dances were witnessed, unknown to himself, by Théophile and his sisters, who watched him through the crack of the door, and so earnest was he that at length, worn out by dancing, he would drink up the whole of a large basin of water which stood in the corner of the room. When Zamore felt himself the equal of the best of the dancing dogs, he began to wish that, like them, he might have an audience. Now in France the houses are not always built in a row as they are in England, but sometimes have a square courtyard in front, and in the house where Zamore lived, this court was shut in on one side by an iron railing, which was wide enough to let dogs of a slim figure squeeze through. One fine morning there met in this courtyard 15 or 20 dogs, friends of Zamore, to whom the night before he had sent letters of invitation. The object of the party was to see Zamore make his debut in dancing, and the ballroom was to be the courtyard, which Zamore had carefully swept with his tail. The dance began, and the spectators were so delighted that they could not wait for the end to applaud, as people ought always to do, but uttered loud cries of "Wow!" that reminded you of the noises you hear at a theatre, except one old water spaniel, who was filled with envy at Zamore's talents, and declared that no decent dog would ever make an exhibition of himself like that. They all vowed that Zamore was the king of dancers, and that nothing had ever been seen to equal his minuet, jig, and waltz for grace and beauty. It was only during his dancing moments that Zamore unbent. At all other times he was as gloomy as ever, and never cared to stir from the rug unless he saw his old master take up his hat and stick for a walk. Of course, if he had chosen, he might have joined Monsieur Cory's troupe, of which he would have made the brightest ornament. But the love of his master proved greater than his love of his art, and he remained unknown, except of his family. In the end he fell a victim to his passion for dancing, and he died of brain fever, which is supposed to have been caused by the fatigue of learning the schottische, the fashionable dance of the day. Reader, Paula Messina. Section 29 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Section 30 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Jarrow. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Theo and His Horses, Jane, Betsy, and Blanche, by ℅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝐿. From Menagerie Intime. After Théophile grew to be a man, he wrote a great many books, which are all delightful to read, and everybody bought them. And Théophile got rich, and thought he might give himself a little carriage, with 2 horses to draw it. And first he fell in love with 2 dear little Shetland ponies, who were so shaggy and hairy that they seemed all mane and tail, and whose eyes looked so affectionately at him that he felt as if he should like to bring them into the drawing-room instead of sending them to the stable. They were charming little creatures, not a bit shy, and they would come and poke their noses into Théophile's pockets in search for sugar, which was always there. Indeed, their only fault was that they were so very, very small, and that, after all, was not their fault. Still, they looked more suited to an English child of 8 years old, or to Tom Thumb, than to a French gentleman of 40, not so thin as he once was. And as they all passed through the streets, everybody laughed, and drew pictures of them, and declared that Théophile could easily have carried a pony on each arm, and the carriage on his back. Now Théophile did not mind being laughed at, but still he did not always want to be stared at all through the streets whenever he went out. So he sold his ponies, and began to look out for something nearer his own size. After a short search, he found 2 of a dapple grey colour, stout and strong, and as like each other as 2 peas, and he called them Jane and Betsy. But although to look at, no one could ever tell one from the other, their characters were totally different, as Jane was very bold and spirited, and Betsy was terribly lazy. While Jane did all the pulling, Betsy was quite contented to just run by her side without troubling herself in the least, and, as was only natural, Jane did not think this at all fair, and took a great dislike to Betsy, which Betsy heartily returned. At last matters became so bad that in their efforts to get at each other, they half kicked the stable to pieces, and would even rear themselves upon their hind legs in order to bite each other's faces. Théophile did all he could to make them friends, but nothing was of any use, and at last he was forced to sell Betsy. The horse he found to replace her was a shade lighter in colour, and therefore not quite so good a match. But luckily Jane took to her at once, and lost no time in doing the honours of the stable. Every day the affection between the 2 became greater. Jane would lay her head on Blanche's shoulder. She had been called Blanche because of her fair skin, and when they were turned out into the stable yard, after being rubbed down, they played together like 2 kittens. If one was taken out alone, the other became sad and gloomy, till the well-known tread of its friend's hoofs was heard from afar, when it would give a joyful neigh, which was instantly answered. Never once was it necessary for the coachman to complain of any difficulty in harnessing them. They walked themselves into their proper places, and behaved in all ways as if they were well brought up, and ready to be friendly with everybody. They had all kinds of pretty little ways, and if they thought there was a chance of getting bread, or sugar, or melon rind, which they both loved, they would make themselves as caressing as a dog. Jane is surrounded by imaginary ghosts and monsters. Blanche telling ghost stories to Jane in the stable. Nobody who has lived much with animals can doubt that they talk together in a language that man is too stupid to understand. Or, if anyone had doubted it, they would soon have been convinced of the fact by the conduct of Jane and Blanche when in harness. When Jane first made Blanche's acquaintance, she was afraid of nothing. But after they had been together a few months, her character gradually changed, and she had sudden panics and nervous fits, which puzzled her master greatly. The reason of this was that Blanche, who was very timid and easily frightened, passed most of the night in telling Jane ghost stories, till poor Jane learnt to tremble at every sound. Often, when they were driving in the lonely alleys of the Bois de Boulogne after dark, Blanche would come to a dead stop, or shy to one side, as if a ghost, which no one else could see, stood before her. She breathed loudly, trembled all over with fear, and broke out into a cold perspiration. No efforts of Jane, strong though she was, could drag her along. The only way to move her was for the coachman to dismount and to lead her, with his hand over her eyes for a few steps, till the vision seemed to have melted into air. In the end, these terrors affected Jane, just as if Blanche, on reaching the stable, had told her some terrible story of what she had seen, and even her master had been known to confess that, when driving by moonlight down some dark road, where the trees cast strange shadows, Blanche would suddenly come to a dead halt and begin to tremble. He did not half like it himself. With this one drawback, never were animals so charming to drive. If Théophile held the reins, it was really only for the look of the thing, and not in the least because it was necessary. The smallest click of the tongue was enough to direct them, to quicken them, to make them go to the right or to the left, or even to stop them. They were so clever that in a very short time they had learned all their master's habits, and knew his daily haunts as well as he did himself. They would go of their own accord to the newspaper office, to the printing office, to the publishers, to the Bois de Boulogne, to certain houses where he dined on certain days in the week, so very punctually that it was quite provoking. And if it ever happened that Théophile spent longer than usual at any particular place, they never failed to call his attention by loud neighs, or by pawing the ground, sounds of which he quite well knew the meaning. But alas! The time came when a revolution broke out in Paris. People had no time to buy books or to read them. They were far too busy in building barricades across the streets, or in tearing up the paving stones to throw at each other. The newspaper in which Théophile wrote, and which paid him enough money to keep his horses, did not appear any more. And sad though he was at parting, the poor man thought he was lucky to find someone to buy horses, carriage, and harness for a fourth part of their worth. Tears stood in his eyes as they were led away to their new stable, but he never forgot them, and they never forgot him. Sometimes, as he sat writing at his table, he would hear from afar a light, quick step, and then a sudden stop under the windows. And their old master would look up and sigh, and say to himself, "Poor Jane, poor Blanche, I hope they are happy." End of chapter 30. Recording by ℌ𝔶𝔫𝔞𥬺.
Section 31 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tanya K. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang.
Madame Théophile and the Parrot. After the death of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥂐, whose story you may have read, Théophile was so unhappy that he would not have another dog, but instead determined to fill the empty place in his heart with cats. One of those that he loved the best was a big yellowy red puss with a white chest, a pink nose, and blue eyes, that went by the name of Madame Théophile, because when he was in the house it never left his side for a single instant. It slept on his bed, dreamed while sitting on the arm of Théophile's chair while he was writing, for Théophile was by this time almost a grown-up man, walked after him when he went into the garden, sat by his side while he had his dinner, and sometimes took, gently and politely, the food he was conveying to his own mouth. One day a friend of Théophile's, who was leaving Paris for a few days, brought a parrot, which he begged Théophile to take care of while he was away. The bird, not feeling at home in this strange place, climbed up to the top of his cage and looked around him with his funny eyes that reminded you of the nails in the sofa. Now Madame Théophile had never seen a parrot, and it was plain that this curious creature gave her a shock. She sat quite still, staring quietly at the parrot, and trying to think if she had ever seen anything like it among the gardens and roofs of the houses where she got all her ideas of the world. At last she seemed to make up her mind. Of course it must be a kind of green chicken. Having set the question at rest, Madame Théophile jumped down from the table where she had been seated while she made her observations, and walked quickly to the corner of the room, where she laid herself flat down, with her head bent and her paws stretched out like a panther watching his prey. The parrot followed all her movements with his round eyes, and felt that they meant no good to him. He ruffled his feathers, pulled at his chain, lifted one of his paws in a nervous way, and rubbed his beak up and down his food tin. All the while the cat's blue eyes were talking in a language the parrot clearly understood, and they said, "Although it is green, that fowl would make a nice dinner." But Madame Théophile had not lain still all this while. Slowly, without even appearing to move, she had drawn closer and closer. Her pink nostrils trembled, her eyes were half shut, her claws were pushed out and pulled into their sheaths, and little shivers ran down her back. Suddenly her back rounded itself like a bow, and with one bound she leapt on the cage. The parrot knew his danger and was too frightened to move. Then, calling up all his courage, he looked his enemy full in the face, and in a low and deep voice he put the question, "Jockey, did you have a good breakfast?" This simple phrase struck terror into the heart of the cat, who made a spring backwards. If a cannon had been fired close to her ear, or a shop full of glass had been broken, she could not have been more alarmed. Never had she dreamed of anything like this. "And what did you have? Some of the king's roast beef?" continued the parrot. "It is not a chicken, it is a man that is speaking," thought the cat with amazement, and looking at her master, who was standing by, she retired under the bed. Madame Théophile knew when she was beaten. End of section 31. Recording by Tanya K.
Section 32 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 32, The Battle of the Mullets and the Dolphins, by Mrs. Lang. Many singular stories may be found in Pliny, but the most interesting is how men and dolphins combined together on the coast of France, near Narbonne, to catch the swarms of mullet that come into those waters at certain seasons of the year. In Languedoc, within the province of Narbonne, there is a standing pool or dead water called Latera, wherein men and dolphins together used to fish. For at one certain time of the year an infinite number of fishes called mullets, taking the vantage of the tide when the water doth ebb, at certain narrow weirs and passages, with great force break forth of the said pool into the sea. And by reason of that violence, no nets can be set and pitched against them strong enough to abide and bear their huge weight and the stream of the water together, if so be men were not cunning and crafty to wait and espy their time, and lay for them and to entrap them. In like manner, the mullets, for their part, immediately make speed to recover the deep, which they do very soon by reason that the channel is near at hand, and their only haste is for this, to escape and pass that narrow place which affordeth opportunities to the fishers to stretch out and spread their nets. The fishermen being ware thereof, and all the people besides, for the multitude knowing when fishing time is come, run thither, and the rather for to see the pleasant sport, cry as loud as ever they can to the dolphins for aid, and call, Simo, Simo, to help to make an end of this their game and pastime of fishing. The dolphins soon get the ear of their cry, and know what they would have, and the better if the north winds blow and carry the sound unto them. For if it be a southern wind, it is later ere the voice be heard, because it is against them. Howbeit, be the wind in what quarter soever, the dolphins resort thither flock-meal, sooner than a man would think, for to assist them in their fishing. And a wondrous pleasant sight it is to behold the squadrons, as it were, of those dolphins, how quickly they take their places and be arranged in battle array, even against the very mouth of the said pool, where the mullets are to shoot into the sea, to see, I say, how from the sea they oppose themselves and fight against them and drive the mullets, once affrighted and scared, from the deep on the shelves. Then come the fishers and beset them with net and toil, which they bear up and fortify with strong forks. Howbeit, for all that, the mullets are so quick and nimble that a number of them whip over, get away, and escape the nets. But the dolphins are ready to receive them, who, contenting themselves for the present to kill only, make foul work and havoc among them, and put off the time of preying and feeding upon, until they have ended the battle and achieved the victory. And now the skirmish is hot, for the dolphins, perceiving also the men at work, are the more eager and courageous in fight, taking pleasure to be enclosed within the nets, and so most valiantly charging upon the mullets, but for fear lest the same should give an occasion unto the enemies, and provoke them to retire and fly back between the boats, the nets, and the men there swimming, they glide by so gently and easily that it cannot be seen where they get out, and albeit they take great delight in leaping, and have the cast of it, yet none essayeth to get forth but where the nets lie under them. But no sooner are they out, but presently a man shall see brave pastime between them as they scuffle and skirmish as it were under the ramparts. And so the conflict being ended and all the fishing sport done, the dolphins fall to spoil and eat those which they killed in the first shock and encounter. But after this service performed, the dolphins retire not presently into the deep again, from whence they were called, but stay until tomorrow, as if they knew very well they had so carried themselves as that they deserved a better reward than one day's refection and victuals, and therefore contented they are not and satisfied unless to their fish they have some sops and crumbs of bread given them soaked in wine, and had their bellies full. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 33, Monkey Stories, by Mrs. Lang. Monkey Stories. Before telling you more stories about monkeys, we must tell you some dry facts about them, in order that you may understand the stories. There are 3 different kinds of monkeys: apes, baboons, and monkeys proper. The difference is principally in their tails, so that when you see them at the zoo, for there are none wild in Europe except at Gibraltar, you will know them by the apes having no tails and walking upright, baboons have short tails and go on all fours, and monkeys have tails sometime larger than their whole bodies, by which they can swing themselves from tree to tree. Apes and monkeys are so ready to imitate everything which men do, that the Negroes believe that they are a lazy race of men, who will not be at the trouble to work. Baboons, on the contrary, can be taught almost nothing. There are 2 kinds of apes, called orang-utans and chimpanzees. They are both very wild and fierce, and difficult to catch, but when caught, become not only tame, but very affectionate, and can be taught anything. Nearly 200 years ago, in 1698, one was brought to London that had been caught in Angola. On board ship he became very fond of the people who took care of him, and was very gentle and affectionate, but would have nothing to do with some monkeys who were on the same ship. He had had a suit of clothes made for him, probably to keep him warm. As the ship got into colder regions, he took great pleasure in dressing himself in them, and anything he could not put on for himself he used to bring in his paw to one of the sailors, and seemed to ask him to dress him. He had a bed to sleep in, and at night used to put his head on the pillow and tuck himself in like a human being. His story is unfortunately a short one, for he died soon after coming to London. He could not long survive the change from his native forest to the cage of a menagerie. 2 orang-utans. Another, a female, was brought to Holland nearly 100 years later, in 1776, but she too pined and died after 7 months' captivity. She was very gentle and affectionate, and became so fond of her keeper that when they left her alone, she used to throw herself on the ground screaming, and tearing in pieces anything in her reach, just like a naughty child. She could behave as well as any lady in the land when she liked. When asked out to tea, she used to bring a cup and saucer, put sugar in the cup, pour out the tea, and leave it to cool. And at dinner her manners were just as good. She used her knife and fork, table napkin, and even toothpick, as if she had been accustomed to them all her life, which, of course, in her native forest was far from being the case. She learned all her nice habits either from watching people at table or from her keeper's orders. She was fond of strawberries, which she ate very daintily on a fork, holding the plate in the other hand. She was particularly fond of wine, and drank it like a human being, holding the glass in her hand. She was better behaved than 2 other orang-utans, who, though they could behave as well at table as any lady, and could use their knives and forks and glasses, and could make the cabin boy, for it was on board ship, understand what they wanted, yet, if he did not attend to them at once, they used to throw him down, seize him by the arm, and bite him. A French priest had an orang-utan that he had brought up from a baby, and who was so fond of his master that he used to follow him about like a dog. When the priest went to church, he used to lock the orang-utan up in a room, but one day he got out, and as sometimes happens with dogs who cannot get reconciled to Sunday, he followed his master to church. He managed, without the priest seeing him, to climb on the sounding board above the pulpit, where he lay quite still till the sermon began. He then crept forward till he could see his master in the pulpit below, and imitated every one of his movements, till the congregation could not keep from laughing. The priest thought they were making fun of him, and was naturally very angry. The more angry he became, the more gestures he used, every one of which the ape overhead repeated. At last a friend of the priest stood up in the congregation and pointed out the real culprit. When the priest looked up and saw the imitation of himself, he could not keep from laughing either, and the service could not go on till the disturber had been taken down and locked up again at home. Another kind is called the Barbary ape, because they are found in such numbers in Barbary that the trees in places seem nearly covered with them, though there are quantities as well in India and Arabia. They are very mischievous and great fighters. In India, the natives sometimes amuse themselves by getting up a fight among them. They put down at a little distance from each other baskets of rice, with stout sticks by each basket, and then they go off and hide themselves among the trees to watch the fun. The apes come down from the trees in great numbers, and make as though they were going to attack the baskets, but lose courage and draw back, grinning at each other. The females are generally the boldest, and the first to seize on the food, but as soon as they put their heads down to eat, some of the males set to drive them off. Others attack them in their turn. They all seize on the sticks, and soon a free fight begins, which ends in the weakest being driven off into the woods, and the conquerors enjoying the spoil. They are not only fierce, but revengeful, and will punish severely any person who kills one of them. Some English people who were driving through a country full of these apes in the East Indies wished, out of sheer wantonness, to have one shot. The native servants, knowing what the consequences would be, were afraid, but as their masters insisted, they had to obey, and shot a female whose little ones were clinging to her neck. She fell dead from the branches, and the little ones, falling with her, were killed too. Immediately all the other apes, to the number of about 60, came down and attacked the carriage. They would certainly have killed the travelers if the servants, of whom there was fortunately a number, had not driven the apes off, and though the carriage set off as fast as the horses could lay legs to the ground, the apes followed for 3 miles. The baboons who stole the poor man's dinner. Baboons are as ugly, revolting creatures as you could wish to see, and very fierce, so they can seldom be tamed, nor even caught. There are, of course, few stories about them. When people try to catch them, they let their pursuers come so near that they think they have them, and then they bound away 10 paces at once and look down defiantly from the treetop, as much as to say, "Don't you wish you may get me?" One baboon had so wearied his pursuers by his antics that they pointed a gun at him, though with no intention of firing. He had evidently seen a gun before and knew its consequences, and was so frightened at the bare idea that he fell down senseless and was easily captured. When he came to himself again, he struggled so fiercely that they had to tie his paws together, and then he bit so that they had to tie his jaws up. Baboons are great thieves, and come down from the mountains in great bodies to plunder gardens. They cram as much fruit as they possibly can into their cheek pouches to take away and eat afterwards at their leisure. They always set a sentinel to give the alarm. When he sees anyone coming, he gives a yell that lasts a minute, and then the whole troop sets off helter-skelter. They will rob anyone they come upon alone in the most impudent way. They come softly up behind, snatch away anything they can lay their hands on, and then run off a little way and sit down. Very often it is the poor man's dinner that they devour before his eyes. Sometimes they will hold it out in their hands and pretend they are going to give it back, in such a comic way that I would defy you not to laugh, though it were your own dinner that had been snatched away and then offered to you. Monkeys live in the tree-tops of the forests of India and South Africa, where they keep up a constant chattering and gambolling, all night as well as all day, playing games and swinging by their tails from tree to tree. One kind, the 4-fingered monkey, can pass from one high tree-top to another, too far even for a monkey to jump, by making themselves into a chain joined to each other by their tails. They can even cross rivers in this way. There are any number of different kinds of monkeys, as you can see any day in the monkey house at the zoo. One kind is well named the howling monkey, because they howl in chorus every morning 2 hours before daylight and again at nightfall. The noise they make is so fearful that if you did not know, you would think it was a forest full of ferocious beasts quite near, thirsting for their prey, instead of harmless monkeys a mile or 2 away. There is always a leader of the chorus who sits on a high branch above the others. He first howls a solo, and then gives a signal for the others to join in. Then they all howl together, till he gives another signal to stop. The egret monkeys are great thieves. When they set to work to rob a field of millet, they put as many stalks as they can carry in their mouths, in each paw and under each arm, and then go off home on their hind legs. If pursued and obliged for greater speed to go on all their 4 legs, they drop what they carry in their paws, but never let go what they have in their mouths. The Chinese monkey is also a great thief, and even cleverer about carrying away his booty. They always set a sentinel on a high tree. When he sees anyone coming, he screams, "Whoop, whoop, whoop." The others then seize as much as they can carry in their right arm and set off on 3 legs. They are called Chinese, not because they come from China, but because the way the hair grows on their heads is like a Chinese cap. It is long and parts in the middle, spreading out all around. In many parts of India, monkeys are worshipped by the natives, and temples are erected for them. But monkeys of one tribe are never allowed to come into any of these sanctuaries when another tribe is already in possession. A large, strong monkey was once seen by some travelers to steal into one of these temples. As soon as the inhabitants saw that he did not belong to their tribe, they set on him to drive him out. As he was only one against many, though bigger and stronger than the others, he saw that he had no chance, and bounded up to the top, 11 stories high. As the temple ended in a little round dome just big enough for himself, he was master of the situation, and every monkey that ventured to climb up he flung down to the bottom. When this had happened 3 or 4 times, his enemies thought it best to let him alone, and he stayed there in peace till it was dark and he could slip away unseen. End of chapter 33.
Section 34 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅/6090, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Eccentric Bird Builders by Mr. Jonas. Eccentric Bird Builders, from Jones's Glimpses of Animal Life. Everybody knows how fond birds are of building their nests in church, and if we come to think of it, it is a very reasonable and sensible proceeding. Churches are so quiet, and have so many dark, out-of-the-way corners, where no one would dream of poking, certainly not the woman whose business it is to keep the church clean. So the birds have the satisfaction of feeling that their young are kept safe and warm while they are collecting food for them, and there is always some open door or window to enable the parents to fly in or out. But all birds have not the wisdom of the robins and swallows and sparrows, that they have selected the church for a home, and some of them have chosen very odd places indeed wherein to build their nests and lay their eggs. Hinges of doors, turning lathes, even the body of a dead owl hung to a ring, have all been used as nurseries. But perhaps the oddest spot of all to fix upon for a nest is the outside of a railway carriage, especially when we remember how often railway stations are the abode of cats, who move safely about the big wheels, and even travel by train when they think it necessary. Yet in spite of all the drawbacks, railway carriages remain a favorite place for nesting birds, and there is a curious story of a pair of water wagtails which built a snug home underneath a third-class carriage attached to a train that ran 4 times daily between Causham and Havant. The father does not seem to have cared about railway travelling, which, to be sure, must appear a wretched way of getting about to anything that has wings, for he never went with the family himself, but spent the time of their absence fluttering restlessly about the platform to which the train would return. He was so plainly anxious and unhappy about them that one would have expected that he would have insisted on some quieter and safer place the following year when nesting time came round again. But the mother apparently felt that the situation had some very distinct advantages, for she deliberately passed over every other spot that her mate pointed out, and went back to her third-class carriage. Yet a railway carriage seems safety itself in comparison with a London street lamp, where a fly-catcher's nest was found a few years ago. Composed as it was of moss, hair, and dried grass, it is astonishing that it never caught fire, but no doubt the great heat of the gas was an immense help in hatching the 5 eggs which the birds had laid. Those fly-catchers had built in a hollow iron ornament on the top of the lamp, but some tomtits are actually known to have chosen such a dangerous place as the spot close to the burner of a paraffin street lamp. And even when the paraffin was exchanged for gas, the birds did not seem to mind, and would sit calmly on the nest while the lamplighter thrust his long stick past them to put out the light. Birds reason in a different way from human beings, for a letter-box would not commend itself to us as being a very good place to bring up a family, with letters and packages tumbling onto their heads every instant. A pair of Scotch tomtits, however, thought otherwise, and they made a comfortable little nest at the back of a private letter-box, nailed on to the trunk of a tree in Dumfriesshire. The postman soon found out what was going on, but he took great pains not to disturb them, for he was fond of birds, and was very curious to see what the tomtits would do. What the tomtits did was to go peacefully on with their nest, minding their own business, and by 8 little eggs lay in the nest. By this time the mother had got so used to the postman that she never even moved when he unlocked the door, only giving his hand a friendly peck when he put it in to take out the letters, and occasionally accepting some crumbs which he held out to it. But no sooner did the little birds break through their shells than the parents became more difficult to deal with. They did not mind knocks from letters for themselves, but they grew furiously angry if the young ones ever were touched by so much as a corner, and one day, when a letter happened to fall plump on top of the nest, they tore it right to pieces. In fact, it was in such a condition that when the postman came as usual to make his collection, he was obliged to take the letter back to the people who had written it, for no post office would have sent it off in such a state. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Ship of the Desert, from Burckhardt's Travels in Nubia. Of all animals under the sun, perhaps the very ugliest is the camel. But life in the deserts of Africa and Arabia could not go on at all without the constant presence of this clumsy-looking creature. Some African tribes keep camels entirely for the use of their milk and flesh, and it is noticeable that these animals are much shyer and more timid than their brothers in Syria and Arabia, who will instantly come trotting up to any fresh camel that appears on the scene, or obey the call of any Bedouin, even if he is a stranger. In general, the camel is merely employed as a beast of burden, and from this he gets his name of the Ship of the Desert. Like other ships, he sways from side to side, and his awkward motion is apt to make his rider feel very sick till he gets accustomed to this way of traveling. Camels are wonderfully strong and enduring animals, and can stow up water within them for several days, besides having an extraordinary power of smelling any water or spring that is far beyond the reach of man's eyes. These qualities are naturally very valuable in the burning deserts which stretch unbroken for hundreds of miles, where everything looks alike, and the sun, as he passes across the heaven, is the traveler's only guide. Partly from fear of warlike tribes which wander through the deserts of Arabia and Nubia, and partly from the help and protection which a large body can give, the one to the other, it is the custom for merchants and travelers to band together and travel in great caravans of men and camels. They try, if possible, to find some well by which they can encamp, and every man fills his own skins with water before starting afresh on his journey. More quarrels arise about water than people who live in countries with plenty of streams and rivers can have any idea of. One man will sell his skinful to another at a very high price, while if a traveler thinks he will be very prudent and lay in a large store, the rest are certain to take it from him directly their own supply runs short. Foods they can do without on those burning plains, but not water. Some of these misfortunes befell a traveler of the name of Burckhardt, who left Switzerland in the opening years of this century, to pass several years in Africa and the East. After going through Syria, he began to make his way up the Nile, and even penetrated as far as Nubia, joining for that purpose a caravan of traders under the leadership of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, an Arab race who from the earliest days have been acknowledged to be the best guides across the desert. Owing to the intense heat which prevails in those countries, the marches always take place in the small hours of the morning, and midnight seems to have been the usual hour for the start. Very commonly the march would continue for 11 hours, during which time the men were only allowed to drink twice, while the asses, who with the camels form part of the caravan, were put on half their allowance. Sometimes a detachment was sent on to wells that were known to lie along the route, to get everything ready for the rest when they came up, but it often happened that the springs were so choked up by drifting sand that no amount of digging would free them. Then there was nothing for it but to go on again. It was in the month of March that Burckhardt and his companions had their hardest experience of the dreadful desert thirst. The year had been drier than was common even in Nubia, and even in the little oases or fertile spots, most of the trees and acacias were withered and dead. Hour after hour the travelers toiled on, and soon the asses gave out, and their riders were forced to walk over the scorching sand. Burckhardt had been a little more careful of his stock of water than the other members of the caravan, and for some days had cooked no food or eaten anything but biscuits, so that he had been able to spare a draught every now and then for his own ass, and still had enough to last both of them for another day. However, it was quite clear that unless water was quickly found they must all die together. And a council was held as to what was best to be done. The Abade chief's advice was, and always had been, to send out a company of 10 or 12 of the strongest camels to try to make their way secretly to the Nile, through the ranks of unfriendly Arab tribes encamped all along its eastern shore. This was agreed upon, and about 4 in the afternoon the little band set out, loaded with all the skins in the caravan. The river was a ride of 5 or 6 hours distant, so that many hours of dreadful suspense must pass before the watchers left behind could know what was to be their fate. Soon after sunset a few stragglers came in, who had strayed from the principal band, but they had not reached the river, and could give no news of the rest. As the night wore on, several of the traders came to Burckhardt to beg for a taste of the water he was believed to have stored up, but he had carefully hidden what remained, and only showed them his skins, which were empty. Then the camp gradually grew silent, and all sat and waited under the stars for the verdict of life or death. It was 3 in the morning when shouts were heard, and the camels, refreshed by deep draughts of the Nile water, came along at their utmost speed, bearing skins full enough for many days' journey. Only one man was missing, but traders are a cruel race, and these cared nothing about his fate, giving themselves up to feasting and song and joy at their deliverance. Yet only a year later, the fate that had almost overtaken them befell a small party of merchants who set out with their camels from Berber to Daro. The direct road, which led past the wells of Najim, was known to be haunted at that date by the celebrated robber Niam, who waylaid every caravan from Berber. So the merchants hired an Abadi guide to take them by a longer and more easterly road, where there was another well at which they could water. Unluckily, the guide knew nothing of the country that lay beyond, and the whole party soon lost themselves in the mountains. For 5 days they wandered about, not seeing a creature who could give them help, or even direct them to the right path. Then, their water being quite exhausted, they turned steadily westwards, hoping by this means soon to reach the Nile. But the river at this point takes a wide bend, and was, if they had known it, further from them than before, and after 2 days of dreadful agony, 15 slaves and 1 merchant died. In desperation, another merchant, who was an Abadi and owner of 10 camels, had himself lashed firmly onto the back of the strongest beast, lest in his weakness he should fall off, and then ordered the whole herd to be turned loose, thinking that perhaps the instinct of the animals would succeed where the knowledge of man had failed. But neither the Abade nor his camels were ever seen again. The merchants struggled forwards, and 8 days after leaving the well of Owarek, they arrived in sight of some mountains which they knew. But it was too late, and camels and merchants sank down helpless where they lay. They had just strength to gasp out orders for 2 of their servants to make their way on camels to the mountains where water would be found. But long before the mountains were reached, one of the men dropped off his camel, and, unable to speak, waved his hands in farewell to his comrade. The other mechanically rode on, but his eyes grew dim and his head dizzy, and well though he knew the road, he suffered his camel to wander from it. After straying aimlessly for some time, he dismounted and lay down in the shade of a tree to rest, first tying his camel to one of the branches. But a sudden puff of wind brought the smell of water to the camel's nostrils, and with a furious bound he broke the noose and galloped violently forward, and in half an hour was sucking in deep draughts from a clear spring. The man, understanding the meaning of the camel's rush, rode up and staggered a few steps after him, but fell to the ground from sheer weakness. Just at that moment a wandering Bedouin from a neighboring camp happened to pass that way, and seeing that the man still breathed, dashed water in his face, and soon revived him. Then, laden with skins of water, the 2 men set out for those left behind, and hopeless though their search seemed to be, they found they had arrived in time, and were able to save them from a frightful death. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅�ឆ𝔫𝔫𝔞𥂛, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Haim, 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 or I fain wad be, by Mrs. Lang. Haim, 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 where I fain wad be. Nothing in nature is more curious or more difficult of explanation than the stories recorded of animals conveyed to one place, finding their way back to their old home, often many hundreds of miles away. Not very long ago, a lady at St. Andrews promised to make a present to a friend who lived somewhere north of Perth, of a fine cat which she wished to part with. When the day arrived, the cat was tied safely up in a hamper, put in charge of the guard, and sent on its way. it was met at the station by its new mistress, who drove it home, and gave it an excellent supper and a comfortable bed. This was on Friday. All Saturday it poked about, examining everything as cats will, but apparently quite happy and content with its quarters. About 7 on Sunday morning, as the lady drew up her blind to let in the sunshine, she saw the new puss trotting down the avenue. She did not pay much attention to the fact till the day went on, and the cat, who generally had a good appetite, did not come in to its meals. When Monday came, but the puss did not, the lady wrote to her friend at St. Andrew's, saying she feared that the cat had wandered away, but she would make inquiries to all the houses round, and she hoped to find it. On Tuesday evening loud mews were heard outside the kitchen door of the St. Andrew's house, and when it was opened in walked the cat, rather dirty and very hungry, but otherwise not at all the worse for wear. Now, as anybody can see if he looks at the map, it is a long way from St. Andrew's to Perth, even as the crow flies. There are also 2 big rivers which must be crossed, the Tay and the Eden, or if the cat preferred coming by train, at least 2 changes have to be made. So you have to consider whether, granting it an instinct of direction, which is remarkable enough in itself, the animal was sufficiently strong to swim such large streams, or whether it was so clever that it managed to find out the proper trains for it to take, and the places where it must get out. Anyway, home it came, and was only 2 days on the journey, and there it is still in St. Andrew's, for its mistress had not the heart to give it away a second time. Trains seem to have a special fascination for cats, and they are often to be seen about stations. For a long while one was regularly to be seen travelling on the Metropolitan line between St. James's Park and Charing Cross, and a whole family of half-wild kittens are at this moment making a playground of the lines and platforms at Paddington. One will curl up quite comfortably on the line right under the wheel of a carriage that is just going to start, and on being disturbed, bolts away and hides itself in some recess underneath the platform. Occasionally you see one with part of its tail cut off, but as a rule they take wonderfully good care of themselves. The porters are very kind to them, and they somehow contrive to get along, for they all look fat and well-looking and quite happy in their strange quarters. Of course cats are not the only animals who have what is called the homing instinct. Sheep have been known to find their way back from Yorkshire to the moors, north of the Cheviot, where they were born and bred, although sheep are not clever beasts, and they had come a roundabout journey by train. But there are many such stories of dogs, and one of the most curious is told by an English officer who was in Paris in the year 1815. One day, as the officer was walking hastily over the bridge, he was annoyed by a muddy poodle dog rubbing up against him, and dirtying his beautifully polished boots. Now dirty boots were his abhorrence, so he hastily looked around for a shoeblack, and seeing one at a little distance off, at once went up to him to have his boots reblacked. A few days later the officer was again crossing the bridge, when a second time the poodle brushed against him and spoilt his boots. Without thinking he made for the nearest shoeblack, just as he had done before, and went on his way. But when the same thing happened a third time, his suspicions were aroused, and he resolved to watch. In a few minutes he saw the dog run down to the river side and roll himself in the mud, and then come back to the bridge and keep a sharp lookout for the first well-dressed man who would be likely to repay his trouble. The officer was so delighted with the poodle's cleverness that he went at once to the shoeblack, who confessed that the dog was his, and that he had taught him this trick for the good of trade. The officer then proposed to buy the dog, and offered the shoeblack such a large sum that he agreed to part with his breadwinner. So the officer, who was returning at once to England, carried the dog, by coach and steamer, to London, where he tied him up for some time, in order that he should forget all about his old life, and be ready to make himself happy in the new one. When he was set free, however, the poodle seemed restless and ill at ease, and after 2 or 3 days he disappeared entirely. What he did then nobody knows, but a fortnight after he had left the London house, he was found, steadily plying his old trade, on the ℅𝔞𝔫𝔞𥌥. A Northumbrian pointer showed a still more wonderful instance of the same sagacity. He was the property of one Mr. Edward Cook, who, after paying a visit to his brother, the owner of a large property in Northumberland, set sail for America, taking the dog with him. They traveled south together as far as Baltimore, where excellent shooting was to be got. But after 1 or 2 days' sport, the dog disappeared, and was supposed to have lost itself in the woods. Months went by without anything being known of the dog, when one night a dog was heard howling violently outside the quiet Northumberland house. It was admitted by the owner, Mr. Cook, who to his astonishment recognized it as the pointer which his brother had taken to America. They took care of him till his master came back, and then they tried to trace out his journey. But it was of no use. How the pointer made its way through the forest, from what port it started, and where it landed, remain a mystery to this day. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Nests for Dinner by Mrs. Lang. However wonderful and beautiful nests may be, very few English people would like to eat them. Yet in China, the nest of a particular variety of swallow is prized as a great delicacy. These nests are chiefly gathered from Java, Sumatra, and other islands of the Malay archipelago, and are carried thence to China, where they fetch a large price. Although, within certain limits, they are very plentiful, they are very difficult and dangerous to get, for the swallows build in the depths of large and deep caverns, mostly on the seashore, and the men have to be let down from above by ropes or descend on ladders of bamboo. In Java, so many men have lost their lives in nest gathering that in some parts a regular religious ceremony is held, twice or 3 times a year, before the expedition is undertaken. Prayers are said, and a bull is sacrificed. It is not easy to know what the nests are really made of, because from the time that Europeans first noticed the trade, about 200 years ago, they have differed among themselves in their accounts of the jelly-like substance used by the swallows. Some naturalists have thought it is the spawn of the fish, which floats thickly on the surface of these seas. Others, that it is a kind of deposit of dried sea foam gathered by the birds from the beach, while others again think that the substance is formed of sea plants chewed by the birds into a jelly. But, whatever it may be, the Chinese infinitely prefer nests to oysters or anything else, and are willing to pay highly for them. The nests, which take about 2 months to build, are always found to be of 2 sorts. An oblong one just fitted to the body of the male bird, and a rounder one for the mother and her eggs. The most valuable nests are those which are whitest, and these generally belong to the male. They are very thin and finely worked. The birds are small and feed chiefly on insects, which are abundant on these islands. Their color is gray, and they are wonderfully quick in their movements, like the hummingbirds, which are about their own size. They are sociable, and build in swarms, but they seldom lay more than 2 eggs, which take about a fortnight to hatch. End of section 37. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 38 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅𝔞𝔫𝔞𥌥, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Fire-eating Didijom. Some curious notes about walking unharmed through fire. In the November 1894 number of Longman's Magazine, under the heading "At the Sign of the Ship," suggested that a record might be kept of Didijom's eccentricities, especially as they differed somewhat from those of most other dogs. Anyone accustomed to animals knows, and anyone who is not can imagine, that dogs differ as much in their behavior and ways as human beings. Didijom was as unlike any dog I have ever had, seen, or heard of, as could be. My wife, who is a patient and successful instructor of animals, never managed to teach him anything, any attempt to impart usual or unusual accomplishments being met with the most absolute, impenetrable idiocy, which no perseverance could conquer or diminish in the least degree. That this extreme stupidity was really assumed is now pretty clear, though at the time it was attributed to natural density. It was at Christmas tide, about 2 years ago, that my wife and I drove over to a village some few miles away, to choose one of a litter of 4 fox terrier pups, which we heard were on sale at a livery stable. We found the mother of the lively litter almost overpowered by her boisterous progeny, who, though nearly 3 months old, had not yet found other homes. Without any particular objection on the part of the parent, we examined the pups, and selected and brought away one which seemed to have better points than the rest, whom we left to continue their gambols in the straw, unconscious probably that any other means of warming themselves were possible. The journey home was accomplished with the customary puppish endeavors to escape restraint. The same evening, after the servants had retired to bed, Master Didijom was placed in the kitchen, out of harm's way, as it was thought. The last thing at night we went to inspect the little animal, and could not at first discover his whereabouts. When a thing is lost, it is customary to hunt about in unlikely places, so we looked in the high cinder-box under the kitchener, and found the object of our search comfortably curled up directly under the red-hot fire. It was fairly warm work fishing him out. For another reason, not connected with heat, he was subsequently christened Didijom, a truly Oriental name, which some of our friends think may have helped to develop his original taste for fire. When Didijom was about 6 months old, we observed that he frequently jumped up to people who were seated smoking. This induced a humorous friend one day to offer him the lighted end of a cigarette, which Didijom promptly seized in his mouth and extinguished. After that triumph, Didijom usually watched for, and plainly demanded, the lighted fag ends of cigarettes and cigars, so that his might be the satisfaction of finishing them off. This led to lighted matches being offered to him, which he eagerly took in his mouth, and if waxed vestas swallowed as a welcome addition to his ordinary diet. From matches to lighted candles was an easy step, and these he rapidly extinguished with great gusto as often as they were presented to him. He would also attack lighted oil lamps if placed on the floor, but they puzzled him, and defied his efforts to bite or breathe them out. A garden bonfire used to drive him wild with delight, and snatching brands from the fire, indoors or out, was a delirious joy. My wife discovered him once in the full enjoyment of a large lighted log on the dining-room carpet. Red-hot cinders he highly relished, though in obtaining them he frequently singed off his moustaches. Perhaps the oddest of his fiery tricks was performed one day, when he wished the cook to hand him some dainty morsel on which she chanced to be operating. This was against the rules, as he well knew, so as she declined to accept the hint, Didijom was at once provoked to anger, and cast round for some way of obtaining compensation, at the same time hoping, perhaps, to retaliate. He naturally went for the kitchen fire, out of which he drew a red-hot cinder and carried it in his mouth across the kitchen, through a small lobby into the scullery, to his box bed, into the straw of which he must have speedily dropped the live coal, and jumped in after it. Soon after, the cook smelt wood burning, and searched the lower part of the house, lest anything were afire. Finding nothing wrong, she last of all visited the scullery, and found Didijom enjoying the warmth of his smouldering straw bed and wooden box. Alas! Didijom grew snappish even to his best friends, and although it was suggested that he might be found in engagement on the variety stage of the Westminster Aquarium as a fire-eating hound, it was reluctantly decided that he should go the way of all flesh. I am sure if he had been asked, he would in some way have indicated that he preferred cremation to any other mode of disposal, but it was not to be. Yet it was a melancholy satisfaction to learn that his end was peaceful though commonplace. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Story of the Dog Oscar by Miss A.M. Aileen. In the northwest of Scotland there is a very pretty loch which runs far up into the land. On one side great hills, almost mountains, slope down into the water, while on the opposite side there is a little village, with the road along which the houses straggle, almost part of the loch's shore. At low tide, banks of beautiful golden seaweed are left at the edges of the water, and on this seaweed huge flocks of seagulls come and feed. A few years ago there lived in this village a minister who had a collie dog named Oscar. He lived all alone in his little cottage, and as Jean, the woman who looked after him, was a very talkative person, by no means congenial to him, Oscar was his constant companion and friend. He seemed to understand all that was said to him, and in his long, lonely walks across the hills, it cheered him to have Oscar trotting quietly and contentedly beside him. And when he came home from visiting sick people and going to places where he could not take Oscar, he would look forward to seeing the soft brown head thrust out of the door, peering into the darkness, ready to welcome him as soon as he should come into sight. One of Oscar's favorite games was to go down to the shore when the tide was low, and with his head thrown up and his tail straight out, he would run at the flocks of gulls feeding on the seaweed, and scatter them in the air, making them look like a cloud of large white snowflakes. In a minute or two the gulls would settle down again to their meal, and again Oscar would charge and rout them. This little maneuver of his would be repeated many times, till a long, clear whistle was heard from the road by the loch. Then the gulls might finish their supper in peace, for Oscar's master had called him, and now he was walking quietly along by his side, looking as if there were no such things in the world as gulls. "No, Oscar, lad, not today, not today," said the minister one afternoon, as he put on his hat and coat and took his stick from the dog, who always fetched it when he saw preparations being made for a walk. "I can't take you with me. You must stay in the paddock. No run by the loch this afternoon, lad. 'Tis too long, and you are not so strong as you were. We're growing old together, Oscar." The dog watched his master till he disappeared over the little bridge and up the glen, and then he went and lay down by the paling which surrounded the bit of field. Jean soon went out to a friend's house to have a little gossip, and Oscar was left alone. He felt rather forlorn. Across the road he heard the distant splashing of the waves as they ran angrily up the beach of the loch, and the whistling of the wind down the glen. He watched the grey clouds scudding away overhead, and he envied the children he heard playing in the street, or racing after the tourist coach on its way up the pass. He began to feel drowsy. "The gulls will be feeding on the banks now. How I wish—" And his eyes closed, and he dreamt a nice dream, that he was dashing along through shallow pools of water towards the white chattering flock, when what was this in front of him? White feathers? 2 gulls? Was he dreaming still? No, the gulls were real. What luck! He could not go to the gulls, so the gulls had come to him. In a moment he was wide awake, and made a rush at the 2 birds who were gazing at him inquiringly with their heads on one side. But after 2 or 3 rushes, "What stupid gulls these are," thought Oscar. "They can scarcely fly." And indeed the birds seemed to have great difficulty in lifting themselves off the ground, and appeared to grow more and more feeble after each of Oscar's onslaughts. At last one of them fell. "Lazy creature, you have had too much dinner. Up you get." But the gull lay down gasping. Oscar made for the other. Why, that was lying down too. He went to the first one. It was quite still and motionless, and after 1 or 2 more gasps, its companion was the same. Oscar felt rather frightened. Was it possible that he had killed them? What would his master say? How was he to tell him it was quite a mistake, that he had only been in fun? He must put the gulls out of sight. He dragged them to one side of the cottage, where the minister used to try every year to grow a few cherished plants, and there in the loose earth he dug a grave for the birds. Then he went back to his old place and waited for his master's return. When the minister came back, for the first time in his life, Oscar longed to be able to speak and tell him all that had happened. How could he, without speech, explain that the death of the birds was an accident, an unfortunate accident? He felt that without an explanation it was no use unearthing the white forms in the border. "Sir, sir," cried Jean, putting her head in at the door. "Here's Widow McGinnis come to see you. She's in sore trouble." The minister rose and went to the door. "Stay here, Oscar," he said, for Widow McGinnis was not fond of Oscar. In a few minutes the minister came back. He patted Oscar's soft head. "She wanted to accuse thee, Oscar lad, of killing the 2 white pigeons which her son sent her yesterday from the south, and which escaped this afternoon from their cage, as if you would touch the bairnies, as the poor woman calls them, eh, lad?" Oscar wagged his tail gratefully. Then in a sudden flash it came upon him that he had killed the pigeons. Now he saw the birds were pigeons, not gulls, and, worse than killing them, he had, all unknowingly, told his master a lie, and he could not undo it. He whined a little, as if in pain, and moved slowly out of the room. The minister sat on, deep in thought, and then went outside the house to see the sunset. Great bands of thick gray cloud wrapped the hilltops in their folds, and lay in long bands across the slopes, while here and there in the rifts were patches of pale lemon-colored sky. The loch waters heaved sullenly against the shore. The minister looked away from the sunset, and his eye fell on a little mound in the bed by the cottage. "What did I plant there?" he thought, and began poking it with his stick. "Oscar! Oscar!" Oscar was bounding down the path. He had just determined to unbury the pigeons and bring them to his master, and, even if he received a beating, his master would know he had not meant to deceive. But now, hearing the call and the tone of the minister's voice, he knew it was too late. He stopped, and then crept slowly towards that tall black figure standing in the twilight, with the 2 white pigeons lying at his feet. "Oh, Oscar, Oscar, lad, what have you done?" At that moment a boy came running to the gate. "Ye'll be the minister that Sandy Johnston is speering after. He says, 'Fetch the minister, and bid him come quick.'" The minister gave a few directions to Jean, and in a moment or two was ready to go with the boy. It was a long road to the head of the loch, and a long walk to reach the cottage where Sandy Johnston lay dying. The minister stayed with him for 2 nights, till he seemed to need his help no more, and then started off to come home. But while he was being rowed along the loch, a fierce snowstorm came on. The boat made but little way, and they were delayed 2 or 3 hours. Cold and tired, the minister thought with satisfaction of his warm fireside, with Oscar lying down beside his cozy chair. Then, for the first time since it had happened, he thought of the pigeons, and he half smiled as he recalled Oscar's downcast face as he came up the path. With quick steps he hurried along the street from the landing place. The snow was being blown about round him, and the night was fast closing in. He was quite near his own gate now, and he looked up, expecting to see the familiar brown head peering out of the door for him, but there was no sign of it. He opened the gate and strode in, still no Oscar to welcome him. "Jean, Jean," he called. Jean appeared from the kitchen, and even in the firelight he could see traces of tears on her rough face. "Where is Oscar?" "Ah, sir, after ye were gone with the lad, he wouldna come into the house, and he wouldna touch a morsel of food. He lay quite still in the garden, and last night he died. And it's my belief, sir, he died of a broken heart, because ye didna beat him after killing the pigeons, and he couldna make it up wi' ye." And the minister thought so too, and when Jean was gone, he sat down by his lonely fireside and buried his face in his hands. End of section 39. Recording by narrator J.
Section 40 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunil Goswami. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 40. Dolphins at Play. For some reason or other, dolphins, those queer great fish that always seem to be at play, have been subjects for many stories. Pliny himself told several, and his old translator's words are so strange that as far as possible we will tell the tale as he tells it. In the days of Augustus Caesar, the emperor, says Pliny, there was a dolphin entered the gulf or pool Lucrinus, which loved wondrous well a certain boy, a poor man's son, who, using to go every day to school from Baianum to Puteoli, was wont also about noontide to stay at the waterside and call unto the dolphin, Simo, Simo, and many times would give him fragments of bread, which of purpose he ever brought with him, and by this means allured the dolphin to come ordinarily unto him at his call. Well, in process of time, at what hour soever of the day, this boy lured for him and called Simo, were the dolphin never so close hidden in any secret and blind corner, out he would and come abroad, yea, and scud amain to this lad, and taking bread and other victuals at his hand, would gently offer him his back to mount upon, and then down went the sharp-pointed prickles of his fins, which he would put up, as it were, within a sheath, for fear of hurting the boy. Thus, when he once had him on his back, he would carry him over the broad arm of the sea, as far as Puteoli to school, and in like manner convey him back again home. And thus he continued for many years together, so long as the child lived. But when the boy was fallen sick and dead yet, the dolphin gave not over his haunt, but usually came to the wonted place, and missing the lad, seemed to be heavy and mourn again, until for very grief and sorrow he was also found dead upon the shore. End of section 40. Recording by Sunil Goswami.
Section 41 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Amond. The Animal Storybook. Edited by Andrew Lang. The Starling of Segringen. Translated from the German of Johann Peter Hebel. In a little German village in Swabia, there lived a barber who combined the business of hair-cutting and shaving with that of an apothecary. He also sold good brandy, so that he had no lack of customers, not to speak of those who merely wished to pass an hour in gossiping. Not the least of the attractions, however, was a tame starling named Hansel, who had been taught to speak and had learnt many sayings which he overheard from either his master the barber or from the idlers who gathered about the shop. His master especially had some favorite sayings or catchwords, such as, "Truly I am the barber of Segringen," for this is the name of the village, "as heaven will," "by keeping bad company," and the like, and these were most familiar to the starling. Everybody for miles round had at least heard of Hansel, and many came on purpose to see him and hear him talk. For Hansel would often interpose a word into the conversation, which came in very aptly. But it happened one day, Hansel's wings, which had been cut, having grown again, that he thought to himself, "I have now learnt so much, I may go out and see the world." And when nobody was looking, whirr, away he went out of the window. Seeing a flock of birds, he joined them, thinking, "They know the country better than I." But alas, the knowledge availed them little, for all of them, with Hansel, fell into a snare which had been laid by a fowler, who soon came to see what was in his net. Putting in his hand, he drew out one prisoner after another, callously wringing their necks one by one. But suddenly, when he was stretching out his murderous fingers to seize another victim, this one cried out, "I am the barber of Segringen!" The man almost fell backwards with astonishment and fright, believing he had to do with a sorcerer at least, but presently recovering himself a little, he remembered the starling, and said, "Eh, Hansel, is it you? How did you come into the net?" "By keeping bad company," replied Hansel. "And shall I carry you home again?" "As heaven will," replied the starling. Then the fowler took him back to the barber and related the manner of his capture, receiving a good reward. The barber also reaped a fine harvest, for more people came to his shop on purpose to see the clever bird who had saved his life by his ready tongue. End of section 41.
Section 42 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Grateful Dogs by Mr. Bartels. From Das Echo, June 8, 1895. Letter to the Editor, signed G.M., Mexico, purporting to be an extract from a letter of his brother in Nebraska. I have translated and recast it. A farmer in Nebraska, one of the western states of North America, possessed 2 dogs, a big one called Fanny, and a small one who was named Jolly. One winter day the farmer went for a walk and took with him his 2 pets. They came to a brook that ran through the farm, and was now frozen up. Fanny crossed it without much ado, but Jolly, who was always afraid of water, distrusted the ice, and refused to follow. Fanny paused at the other side, and barked loudly to induce her companion to come, but Jolly pretended not to understand. Then Fanny ran back to him, and tried to explain that it was quite safe, but in vain. Jolly only looked after his master and whimpered, upon which Fanny, losing patience, seized him by the collar and dragged him over. For this kindness Jolly showed himself grateful some time afterwards. Fanny, greedy creature, was fond of fresh eggs. When she heard a hen cackle she always ran to look for the nest, and one day she discovered one under the fruit shed. But alas! she could not get the beloved dainty because she was too large to go under the shed. Looking very pensive and thoughtful, she went away, and soon returned with Jolly, bringing him just before the hole. Jolly, however, was stupid, and did not understand. Fanny put her head in, and then her paws, without being able, with all her efforts, to reach the egg. The smaller dog, seeing that there was something in the hole, went in to look, but not caring for eggs, came out empty-handed. Thereupon Fanny looked at him in such a sad and imploring way that her master, who was watching them, could scarcely suppress his laughter. At last Jolly seemed to understand what was wanted. He went under the shed again, brought out the egg, and put it before Fanny, who ate it with great satisfaction. Then both dogs trotted off together. End of section 42. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 43 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lauren Emma. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. A Gazelle, Passages in the Life of a Tortoise, by Alexandre Dumas. Translated by Miss Blackley. Alexandre Dumas, in his book As I Told You, I read the story of Tom the Bear, as well as those of other animals, was one day walking past the shop of a large fishmonger in Paris. As he glanced through the window he saw an Englishman in the shop, holding a tortoise, which he was turning about in his hands. Dumas felt an instant conviction that the Englishman proposed to make the tortoise into turtle soup, and he was so touched by the air of patient resignation of the supposed victim that he entered the shop, and with a sign to the shopwoman asked whether she had kept the tortoise for him, which he had bespoken. The shopwoman, who had known Dumas for many years, understood with half a word, and gently slipping the tortoise out of the Englishman's grasp, handed it to Dumas, saying, "Pardon, my lord, the tortoise was sold to this gentleman this morning." The Englishman seemed surprised, but left the shop without remonstrating, and Dumas had nothing left for it but to pay for his tortoise and take it home. As he carried his purchase up to his rooms on the 3rd floor, he wondered what could have possessed him to buy it, and what on earth he was going to do with it now he had got it. It was certainly a remarkable tortoise, for the moment he put it down on the floor of his bedroom it started off for the fireplace at such a pace as to earn for itself the name of Gazelle. Once near the fire, Gazelle settled herself into the warmest corner she could find, and went to sleep. Dumas, who had wished to go out again and was afraid of his new possession coming to any harm, called his servant and said, "Joseph, whilst I am out you must look after this creature." Joseph approached with some curiosity. "Ah," he remarked, "why, it's a tortoise. That creature could bear a carriage on its back. Yes, no doubt it might, but I beg you won't try any experiments with it." "Oh, I wouldn't hurt it," assured Joseph, who enjoyed showing off his information. "The lion's diligence might drive over it without hurting it." "Well," replied his master, "I believe the great sea turtle might bear such a weight, but I doubt whether this small variety—" "Oh, that's of no consequence," interrupted Joseph. "It's as strong as a horse, and small though it is, a cartload of stones might pass. Very good, very good. Never mind that now. Just buy the creature a lettuce and some snails." "Snails? Why, is its chest delicate?" "No. Why on earth would you ask such a thing?" "Well, my last master used to take an infusion of snails for his chest. Not that it prevented—" Dumas left the room without waiting for the end. Before he was halfway downstairs he found he had forgotten his handkerchief, and on returning surprised Joseph standing on Gazelle's back, gracefully poised on one leg, with the other outstretched behind him in such a way that not an ounce of his 11-stone weight was lost on the poor creature. "Idiot! What are you about? There, sir, didn't I say so?" rejoined Joseph proudly. There, give me a handkerchief, and mind you don't touch that creature again." End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad from Ballyclare. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 44. Cockatoo Stories. Naturalist's Notebook, Reeves and Turner, 1868. About 30 years ago, a gentleman, who was fond of birds and beasts, took into his head to try if parrots could not be persuaded to make themselves at home among the trees in his garden. For a little while everything seemed going beautifully, and the experimenter was full of hope. The parrots built their nests in the woods, and in course of time some young ones appeared and gradually grew up to their full size. Then, unluckily, they became tired of the grounds which they knew by heart, and set off to see the world. The young parrots were strong upon the wing. Their beautiful bright bodies would be seen flashing in the sun as much as 15 miles away, and then, of course, some boy or gamekeeper with a gun in his hand was certain to see them and covet them for the kitchen mantelshelf or a private collection. The cockatoos, however, did not always care to choose trees for their building places. One little pair, whose grandparents had whisked about in the heat of a midsummer day in Australia, found the climate of England cold and foggy, and looked about for a warm cover for their new nest. They had many conversations on the subject, and perhaps one of these may have been overheard by a jackdaw, who put into their minds a brilliant idea. For the very next morning the cockatoos were seen carrying their materials to one of the chimneys and trying to fasten them together halfway up. But cockatoos are not as clever as jackdaws about this kind of thing, and before the nest had grown to be more than a shapeless mass, down it came, and such a quantity of soot with it, that the poor cockatoos were quite buried, and lay for a day and night nearly smothered in soot, till they happened to be found by a housemaid who had entered the room. But in spite of this mishap they were not disheartened, and as soon as their eyes and noses had recovered from their soot bath, they began again to search for a more suitable spot. To the great delight of their master, they fixed upon a box, which he had nailed for this very purpose under one of the gables, and this time they managed to build a nest that was as good as any nest in the garden. Still they had no luck, for though the female laid 2 eggs and sat upon them perseveringly, never allowing them to get cold for a single instant, it was all of no use, for the eggs turned out to be both bad. Some cousins of theirs, a beautiful white cockatoo and his lovely rose-coloured wife, were more prosperous in their arrangements. They scooped out a most comfortable nest with their claws and bills in the rotten branch of an acacia tree, and there they brought up 2 young families, all of them white as snow, with flame-coloured crests. The eldest son, unhappily for himself, got weary with his brothers and sisters and the little wood on the outskirts of the garden where he was born, and one winter day took a flight towards the town. His parents never quite knew what occurred, but the young cockatoo came back severely wounded, to the great fury of all his family, who behaved very unkindly to him. It is a curious fact that no animals and very few birds can bear the sight of illness, and these cockatoos were no better than the rest. They did not absolutely ill-treat him, but they refused to let him enter their nest, and insisted that he should live by himself in a distant bush. At last his master took pity on him and brought him into the garden, but this so enraged the cockatoos, who were already in possession, that they secretly murdered him. However, it is only just to the race of cockatoos to observe that they are not always as bad as this, for during the very same season as an unlucky young bird, whose wing and leg were broken by an accident, was adopted by an elderly cockatoo who did not care for what her neighbours said and treated him as her own son. The following year, when nesting time came round, the white cockatoos went back to their acacia branch, but were very much disgusted to find a pair of grey parrots there before them, and a little pair of bald round heads peeping over the edge. These little parrots grew up with such bad tempers that no one would have anything to do with them, and as for their own relations, they looked upon them with the contempt that a cat often shows to a man. To be sure, these relations were considered to be rather odd themselves, for they did not care to be troubled with a family of their own, so had taken under their protection two little kittens, who had been born in one of the boxes originally set apart for the parrots. The two birds could not endure to see the old cat looking after their little ones, and whenever she went out for a walk or to get her food, one of the parrots always took her place in the box. It would have been nice to know how long this went on, and if the kittens adopted any parrot-like ways. Luckily, there was one peculiarity of the parrots which it was beyond their power to imitate, and that was the horrible voice which renders the society of a parrot, and still more of a cockatoo, unendurable to most people. End of section 44. Recording by Chad from Ballyclare.
Section 45 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunil Goswami. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Otter Who Was Reared by a Cat, by Naturalist's Notebook. There is still living in the kingdom of Galloway a wonderful cat who is so completely above all the instincts and prejudices of her race that she can remain on friendly terms with young rabbits and while away a spare hour by having a game with a mouse, a real game, where the fun is not all on one side, but which is enjoyed by the mouse as much as by the cat. Hardly less strange from the opposite point of view is the friendship that existed between two cats and an otter, which had been taken from its mother when only a few hours old, to be brought up by hand by a gentleman. This was not a very easy thing to manage. It was too young to suck milk out of a spoon, which was the first thing thought of, but a quill passed through a cork and stuck into a baby's bottle proved a success, and through this the little otter had its milk 5 times every day until he was more than 5 weeks old. Then he was introduced to a cat who had lately lost a kitten, and though not naturally very good-tempered, the puss took to him directly, evidently thinking it was her own kitten grown a little bigger. In general, this cat, which was partly Persian, and as I have said, very cross, did not trouble herself much about her young ones, which had to take care of themselves as well as they could. But she could not make enough of the little otter, and when he was as big as herself, she would walk with him every day to the pond in the yard, where he had his bath, watching his splashings and divings with great anxiety, and never happy till he got out safe. But like human children, the baby otter would have been very dull without someone to play with, and as there were no little otters handy, he made friends with a young cat called Tom. All through the long winter, when the pond was frozen and diving and swimming were no longer possible, he and Tom used to spend happy mornings playing hide and seek among the furniture in the dining room, till Tom began to feel that the otter was getting rather rough, and that his teeth were very sharp, and that it would be a good thing to get out of his reach on the top of a high cupboard or chimney-piece. But at last the snow melted, and the ice became water again, and the first day the sun shone, the otter and the old cat went out for a walk in the yard. After the little fellow had had his dive, which felt delicious after all the weeks that he had done without it, he wandered carelessly into a shed where he had never been before, and to his astonishment he suddenly heard a flutter of wings and became conscious of a sharp pain in his neck. This was produced by the beak of a falcon who always lived in the shed, and seeing the strange creature enter his door, at once made up his mind that it was its duty to kill it. The cat and the gentleman, who happened to come in at the same moment, rushed forward and beat off the bird, and then, blinded by excitement, like a great many other people, and not knowing friends from foes, the cat rushed at her master. In one moment she had severely bitten the calf of his leg, given his thigh a fearful scratch, and picked up the otter and carried him outside. Then, not daring to trust him out of her sight, she marched him sternly up the hill, keeping him all the while between her legs, so that no danger should come near him. As the otter grew bigger, the cats became rather afraid of his claws and teeth, which grew bigger too, and inflicted bites and scratches without his knowing it. But if cats tired of him, he never tired of the cats, and was always dull and unhappy when they were out of his way. Sometimes when his spirits were unusually good and his teeth unusually sharp, the poor playfellows were obliged to seek refuge in the bedrooms of the house or even upon the roof. But the little otter had not lived so long with cats for nothing, and could climb nearly as well as they. When he had had enough of teasing, he told them so, for of course he knew the cat language, and they would come down, and he would stretch himself out lazily in front of the fire with his arms around Tom's neck. It would be nice to know what happened to him when he really grew up, whether the joys of living in a stream made him forget his old friends at the farm, or whether he would leave the chase of the finest trout at the sound of a mew or a whistle. But we are not told anything about it, so everybody can settle it as they like. End of section 45. Recording by Sunil Goswami.
Section 46 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Stories about Lions by Mrs. Lang. The lion in its wild state is a very different animal from the lion of menageries and wild beast shows. The latter has probably been born in captivity, reared by hand, and kept a prisoner in a narrow cage all its life, deprived not only of liberty and exercise, but of its proper food. The result is a weak, thin, miserable creature with an unhappy, furtive expression and a meager mane, more like a poodle than the king of beasts in a savage state. The lion of South Africa differs in many points from that of Algeria, of whom we are going to speak. In Algeria, there are 3 kinds of lions: the black, the tawny, and the gray. The black lion, more rarely met with than the 2 others, is rather smaller but stronger in build. He is so called from the color of his mane, which falls to his shoulder in a heavy black mass. The rest of his coat is the color of a bay horse. Instead of wandering like the other 2 kinds, he makes himself a comfortable dwelling and remains there probably all his life, which may last 30 or 40 years, unless he falls victim to the hunter. He rarely goes down to the plains in search of prey, but lies in ambush in the evening and attacks the cattle on their way down from the mountain, killing 4 or 5 to drink their blood. In the long summer twilights he waits on the edge of a forest path for some belated traveler who seldom escapes to tell the tale. The tawny and gray lion differ from each other only in the color of their mane. All 3 have the same habits and characteristics except those peculiar to the black lion just described. They all turn night into day, and go out at dusk to forage for prey, returning to their lair at dawn to sleep and digest in peace and quiet. Should a lion, for any reason, shift his camp during the day, it is most unlikely that he will attack, unprovoked, any creature, whether human or otherwise, whom he may chance to meet, for during the day he is full inside, and the lion kills not for the sake of killing, but to satisfy his hunger. The lion is a devoted husband. When a couple go out on their nightly prowl, it is always the lioness who leads the way. When she stops, he stops too, and when they arrive at the fold where they hope to procure their supper, she lies down, while he leaps into the midst of the enclosure, and brings back to her the pick of the flock. He watches her eat with great anxiety lest anything should disturb her, and never begins his own meal till she has finished hers. As a father he is less devoted, the old lion being of a serious disposition. The cubs weary him with their games, and while the family is young, the father lives by himself, but at a short distance, so as to be at hand in case of danger. When the cubs are about 3 months old and have finished teething, a process which often proves fatal to little lionesses, their mother begins to accustom them to eat meat by bringing them mutton to eat, which she carefully skins and chews up small before giving to them. Between 3 and 4 months old, they begin to follow their mother at night to the edge of the forest, where their father brings them their supper. At 6 months, the whole family change their abode, choosing for the purpose a very dark night. Between 8 months and a year old, they begin to attack the flocks of sheep and goats that feed by day in the neighborhood of their lair, and sometimes venture to attack oxen. But being still young and awkward, they often wound 10 for 1 killed, and the father lion is obliged to interfere. At the age of 2 years, they can slay with 1 blow an ox, horse, or camel, and can leap the hedges 2 yards high that surround the folds for protection. This period in the history of the lion is the most disastrous to the shepherds and their flocks, for then the lion goes about killing for the sake of learning to kill. At 3 years they leave their parents and set up families of their own, but it is only at the age of 8 that they attain their full size and strength, and, in the case of the male, his full mane. The question is sometimes asked, why does the lion roar? The answer is, for the same reason that the bird sings. When a lion and lioness go out together at night, the lioness begins the duet by roaring when she leaves her den. Then the lion roars in answer, and they roar in turn every quarter of an hour till they have found their supper. While they are eating, they are silent, and begin roaring as soon as satisfied, and roar till morning. In summer they roar less, and sometimes not at all. The Arabs, who have good reason to know and dread this fearsome sound, have the same word for it as for the thunder. The herds being constantly exposed to the ravages of the lion, the natives are obliged to take measures to protect them, but the gun in their unskilled hands proving often as fatal to themselves as to their enemy, they are forced to resort to other means. Some tribes dig a pit about 10 yards deep, 4 or 5 wide, and narrower at the mouth than the base. The tents of the little camp surround it, and round them again is a hedge 2 or 3 yards high, made of branches of trees interlaced. A second smaller hedge divides the tents from the pit in order to prevent the flocks from falling into it. The lion, prowling in search of food, scents his prey, leaps both hedges at 1 bound, and falls roaring with anger into the pit digged for him. The whole camp is aroused, and so great is the rejoicing that no one sleeps all night. Guns are let off, and fires lit to inform the whole district, and in the morning all the neighbors arrive, not only men, but women, children, and even dogs. When it is light enough to see, the hedge surrounding the pit is removed in order to look at the lion, and to judge by its age and sex what treatment it is to receive, according to what harm it may have done. If it is a young lion or a lioness, the first spectators retire from the sight disgusted, to make room for others whose raptures are equally soon calmed. But if it is a full-grown lion with abundant mane, then it is a very different scene. Frenzied gestures and appropriate cries spread the joyful news from one to another, and the spectators crowd in such numbers that they nearly edge each other into the pit. When everyone has thrown his stone and hurled his imprecation, men armed with guns come to put an end to the noble animal's torture. but often 10 shots have been fired before, raising his majestic head to look contemptuously on his tormentors, he falls dead. Not till long after this last sign of life do the bravest venture to let themselves down into the pit, by means of ropes, to pass a net under the body of the lion, and to hoist it up to the surface by means of a stake planted there for the purpose. When the lion is cut up, the mothers of the tribe receive each a small piece of his heart, which they give to their sons to eat to make them strong and courageous. With the same object they make themselves amulets of hairs dragged out from his mane. Other tribes make use of the ambush, which may be either constructed underground or on a tree. If underground, a hole is dug, about 1 yard deep and 3 or 4 wide, near a path frequented by the lion. It is covered with branches weighted down by heavy stones, and loose earth is thrown over all. 4 or 5 little openings are left to shoot through, and a larger one to serve as a doorway, which may be closed from within by a block of stone. In order to ensure a good aim, the Arabs kill a boar and lay it on the path opposite the ambush. The lion inevitably stops to sniff this bait, and then they all fire at once. Nevertheless, he is rarely killed on the spot, but frantically seeking his unseen enemies, who are beneath his feet, he makes with frenzied bounds for the nearest forest, there sometimes to recover from his wounds, sometimes to die in solitude. The ambush in a tree is conducted on the same lines as the other, except that the hunters are above instead of below their quarry, from whom they are screened by the branches. There are, however, in the province of ℋ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, some tribes of Arabs who hunt the lion in a more sportsmanlike manner. When a lion has made his presence known, either by frequent depredations or by roarings, a hunting party is formed. Some men are sent in advance to reconnoiter the woods, and when they return with such information as they have been able to gather as to the age, sex, and whereabouts of the animal, a council of war is held, and a plan of campaign formed. Each hunter is armed with a gun, a pistol, and a yataghan, and then 5 or 6 of the younger men are chosen to ascend the mountain, there to take their stand on different commanding points in order to watch every movement of the lion, and to communicate them to their companions below by a prearranged code of signals. When they are posted, the general advance begins. The lion, whose hearing is extremely acute, is soon aware of the approach of enemies, who in their turn are warned by the young men on the lookout. Finally, when the lion turns to meet the hunters, the watchers shout with all their might, "Aulakum, look out!" At this signal the Arabs draw themselves up in battle array, if possible with their backs to a rock, and remain motionless till the lion has approached to within 20 or 30 paces. Then the word of command is given, and each man, taking the best aim he can, fires, and then throws down his rifle to seize his pistol or yataghan. The lion is generally brought to the ground by this hail of bullets, but unless the heart or the brain have been pierced, he will not be mortally wounded. The hunters, therefore, throw themselves upon him before he can rise, firing, stabbing right and left blindly, madly, without aim, in the rage to kill. Sometimes, in his mortal agony, the lion will seize one of the hunters, and, drawing him under his own body, will torture him, almost as a cat does a mouse before killing it. Should this happen, the nearest relation present of the unhappy man will risk his own life in the attempt to rescue him. and at the same time to put an end to the lion. This is a perilous moment. When the lion sees the muzzle of the avenger's rifle pointed at his ear, he will certainly crush in the head of his victim, even if he has not the strength left to spring on his assailant before the latter gives him the coup de grace. The Arabs in the neighborhood of Constantine used, about 50 years ago, to send there for a famous French lion hunter, Jules Girard by name, to rid them of some unusually formidable foe. They never could understand his way of going to work alone and by night, which certainly presented a great contrast to their methods. On one occasion, a family of 5, father, mother, and 3 young lions, were the aggressors. The Arab sheik, leading Monsieur Girard to the river, showed him by their footprints on the banks where this fearful family were in the habit of coming to drink at night, but begged him not to sacrifice himself to such fearful odds, and either to return to the camp or to take some of the tribe with him. Girard declining both suggestions, the sheik was obliged to leave, as night was at hand and the lions might appear at any moment. First he came near the hunter, and spoke these words low: "Listen, I have a counsel to give thee. Be on thy guard against the Lord of the mighty head. He will lead the way. If thy hour has come, he will kill thee, and the others will eat thee." Coming still nearer, the sheik whispered, "He has stolen my best mare and 10 oxen." Who has stolen them?" asked Monsieur Girard. "He," and the sheik pointed for further answer to the mountain. "But name him, name the thief." The answer was so low as to be barely audible: "The Lord of the mighty head." And with this ominous counsel the sheik departed, leaving Girard to his vigil. As the night advanced, the moon appeared, and lit up the narrow ravine. Judging by its position in the heavens, it might be 11 o'clock, when the tramp of many feet was heard approaching, and several luminous points of reddish light were seen glittering through the thicket. The lions were advancing in single file, and the lights were their gleaming eyes. Instead of 5, there were only 3, and the leader, though of formidable dimensions, did not come up to the description of the Lord of the mighty head. All 3 stopped to gaze in wonder at the man who dared to put himself in their path. Girard took aim at the shoulder of the leader and fired. A fearful roar announced that the shot had told, and the wounded lion began painfully dragging himself towards his assailant, while the other 2 slunk away into the wood. He had got to within 3 paces when a second shot sent him rolling down into the bed of the stream. Again he returned to the charge, but a third ball right in the eye laid him dead. It was a fine, large, young lion of 3 years, with formidable teeth and claws. As agreed upon with the sheik, Monsieur Girard immediately lit a bonfire in token of his victory, in answer to which shots were fired to communicate the good news to all the surrounding district. At break of day, 200 Arabs arrived to insult their fallen enemy, the sheik being the first to appear with his congratulations, but also with the information that at the same hour that the young lion had been shot, the Lord of the mighty head had come down and taken away an ox. These devastations went on unchecked for more than a year. One man alone, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𥀥 by name, being robbed of 45 sheep, a mare, and 29 oxen. Finally he lost heart, and sent to beg Monsieur Girard to come back and deliver him, if possible, of his tormentor. For some nights the lion made no sign, but on the 13th evening ▍𝔞𝐷 arrived at the lion hunter's camp, saying, "The black bull is missing from the herd. Tomorrow morning I shall find his remains, and thou wilt slay the lion for me." Accordingly, next morning at dawn, ▍𝔞𝐷 returned to announce that he had found the dead bull. Girard rose, and, taking his gun, followed the Arab. Through the densest of the forest they went, till at the foot of a narrow rocky ravine, close to some large olive trees, they found the partially devoured carcass. Monsieur Girard cut some branches, the better to conceal himself, and took up his position under one of the olive trees, there to await the approach of night, and with it the return of the lion to the spoil. Towards 8 o'clock, when the feeble light of the new moon barely penetrated into the little glade, a branch was heard to crack at some distance. The lion hunter rose, and, shouldering his weapon, prepared to do battle. From about 30 paces distant came a low growl, and then a guttural sound, a sign of hunger with the lion, then silence, and presently an enormous lion stalked from the thicket straight towards the bull, and began licking it. At this moment Monsieur Girard fired, and struck the lion within about an inch of his left eye. Roaring with pain, he reared himself up on end, when a second bullet, right in the chest, laid him on his back, frantically waving his huge paws in the air. Quickly reloading, Monsieur Girard came close to the helpless monster, and while he was raising his great head from the ground fired 2 more shots, which laid the lion stone dead, and thus brought to an end the career of the Lord of the Mighty Head. End of section 46. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 47 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Section 47. Builders and Weavers. No one can examine birds and their ways for long together without being struck by the wonderful neatness and cleverness of their proceedings. They make use of a great many different kinds of materials for their nests, and manage somehow to turn out a nest which not only will hold eggs, but is strong and of a pretty shape. Rotten twigs are, curiously enough, what they love best for the outside, and upon the twigs various substances are laid, according to the species and taste of the builder. The jay, for instance, collects roots and twists them into a firm mass, which he lays upon the twigs. The American starling uses tough wet rushes and coarse grass, and after they are matted together, somehow ties the nest on to reeds or a bush, while the missel thrush lines the casing of twigs with tree moss, or even hay. To these they often add tufts of wool and lichen, and the whole is fastened together by a kind of clay. The favourite spot chosen by the missel thrush is the fork of a tree in an orchard, where lichens are large and plentiful enough to serve as a covering for the nests. Still, if the account given by Vallant and Patterson is true, the sociable grosbeaks surpass all the other birds in skill and invention. They have been known to cover the trunks of trees with a huge kind of fluted umbrella, made of dry, fine grass, and the boughs of the trees poking through in various places. No doubt in the beginning the nest was not so large, but It is the custom of these birds to live together in clans, and each year fresh rooms have to be added. When examined, the bird city was found to have many gates and regular streets of nests, each about 2 inches distant from the other. The structure was made of bushman's grass alone, but so tightly woven together that no rain could get through. The nests were all tucked in under the roof, which, by projecting, formed eaves, thus keeping the birds warm and dry. Sometimes the umbrella has been known to contain as many as 300 separate nests, so it is no wonder that the tree at last breaks down with the weight, and the city has to be founded again elsewhere. Now, in the nests of all these birds there has been a good deal of what we call building and carpentry when we are talking of our own houses and our own trades. But there are a whole quantity of birds spread over the world who are almost exclusively weavers, and can form nests which hang down from the branches of a tree without any support. To this class belongs the Indian sparrow, which prefers to build in the tops of the very highest trees, especially on the Indian fig, and particularly on those growing by the riverside. He weaves together tough grass in the form of a bottle, and hangs it from a branch, so that it rocks to and fro like a hammock. The Indian sparrow, which is easily tamed, does not like always to live with his family, so he divides his nest into 2 or 3 parts, and is careful to place its entrance underneath, so that it may not attract the notice of the birds of prey. In these nests glow worms have frequently been found, carefully fastened into a piece of fresh clay. But whether the bird deliberately tries in this way to light up his dark nest, or whether he has some other use for the glowworm, has never been found out. But it seems quite certain that he does not eat it, as Sir William Jones once supposed. The Indian sparrow is a very clever little bird, and can be taught to do all sorts of tricks. He will catch a ring that is dropped into one of the deep Indian wells before it reaches the water. He can pick the gold ornament neatly off the forehead of a young Hindu woman, or carry a note to a given place like a carrier pigeon. At least, so it is said, but then very few people have even a bowing acquaintance with the Indian sparrow. End of section 47, recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare.
Section 48 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Koshik. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. More Faithful Than Favored, by Miss Eleanor Seller. There never was a more faithful watchdog than the great big-limbed, heavy-headed mastiff that guarded Sir Harry Lee's manor house, Ditchley, in Oxfordshire. The sound of his deep growl was the terror of all the gypsies and vagrants in the county, and there is a superstition among the country people that he was never known to sleep. Even if he was seen stretched out on the stone steps leading up to the front entrance of the house, with his massive head resting on his great forepaws, at the sound of a footfall, however distant, his head would be raised, his ears fiercely cocked, and an ominous stiffening of the tail would warn a stranger that his movements were being closely watched, and that on the least suspicion of anything strange or abnormal in his behavior, he would be called to account by Leo. Strangely enough, the mastiff had never been a favorite of his master's. The fact that dogs of his breed are useless for purposes of sport, owing to their unwieldy size and defective sense of smell, had prevented Sir Harry from taking much notice of him. He looked upon the mastiff merely as a watchdog. The dog would look after him, longing to be allowed to join him in his walk, or to follow him when he rode out through the lanes and fields round his house, but poor Leo's affection received little encouragement. So long as he guarded the house faithfully by day and night, that was all that was expected of him, and as in doing this he was only doing his duty and fulfilling the purpose for which he was there, little notice was taken of him by any of the inmates of the house. His meals were supplied to him with unfailing regularity, for his services as ensuring the safety of the house were fully recognized, But as Sir Harry had not shown him any signs of favour, the servants did not think fit to bestow unnecessary attention on him. So he lived his solitary, neglected life, in summer and winter, by night and day, zealous in his master's interest, but earning little reward in the way of notice or affection. One night, however, something occurred that suddenly altered the mastiff's position in the household, and from being a faithful slave, he all at once became the beloved friend and constant companion of Sir Harry Lee. It was in winter, and Sir Harry was going up to his bedroom as usual, about 11 o'clock. Great was his astonishment on opening the library door to find the mastiff stretched in front of it. At sight of his master, Leo rose, and, wagging his tail and rubbing his great head against Sir Harry's hand, he looked up at him as if anxious to attract his attention. With an impatient word, Sir Harry turned away and went up the oak-panelled staircase, Leo following closely behind him. When he reached his bedroom door, the dog tried to follow him into the room, and if Sir Harry had been a more observant man, he must have noticed a curious look of appeal in the dog's eyes as he slammed the door in his face, ordering him in commanding tones to "go away," an order which Leo did not obey. Curling himself up on the mat outside the door, he lay with his small, deep-sunk eyes in eager watchfulness, fixed on the door, while his heavy tail from time to time beat an impatient tattoo upon the stone floor of the passage. Antonio, the Italian valet, whom Sir Harry had brought home with him from his travels, and whom he trusted absolutely, was waiting for his master, and was engaged in spreading out his things on the toilet table. "That dog is getting troublesome, Antonio," said Sir Harry. "I must speak to the keeper tomorrow, and tell him to chain him up at night outside the hall. I cannot have him disturbing me, prowling around the corridors and passages all night. See that you drive him away when you go downstairs." "Yes, signor," replied Antonio, and began to help his master to undress. Then, having put fresh logs of wood on the fire, he wished Sir Harry good night, and left the room. Finding Leo outside the door, the valet whistled and called gently to him to follow him, and, as the dog took no notice, he put out his hand to take hold of him by the collar, but a low growl and sudden flash of the mastiff's teeth warned the Italian of the danger of resorting to force. With a muttered curse, he turned away, determined to try bribery where threats had failed. He thought that if he could secure a piece of raw meat from the kitchen, he would have no difficulty in inducing the dog to follow him to the lower regions of the house, where he could shut him up and prevent him from further importuning his master. Scarcely had Antonio's figure disappeared down the passage, when the mastiff began to whine in an uneasy manner, and to scratch against his master's door. Disturbed by the noise, and astonished that his faithful valet had disregarded his injunctions, Sir Harry got up and opened the door, on which the mastiff pushed past him into the room with so resolute a movement that his master could not prevent his entrance. The instant he got into the room, the dog's uneasiness seemed to disappear. Ceasing to whine, he made for the corner of the room where the bed stood in a deep alcove, and crouching down he slunk beneath it, with an evident determination to pass the night there. Much astonished, Sir Harry was too sleepy to contest the point with the dog, and allowed him to remain under the bed, without making any further attempt to dislodge him from the strange and unfamiliar resting place he had chosen. When the valet returned shortly after with a piece of meat with which he hoped to tempt the mastiff downstairs, he found the mat deserted. He assumed that the dog had abandoned his caprice of being outside his master's door, and had betaken himself to his usual haunts in the basement rooms and passages of the house. Whether from the unaccustomed presence of the dog in his room, or from some other cause, Sir Harry Lee was a long time in going to sleep that night. He heard the different clocks in the house strike midnight, and then 1 o'clock, and as he lay awake watching the flickering light of the fire playing on the old furniture and on the dark panels of the wainscot, he felt an increasing sense of irritation against the dog, whose low, regular breathing showed that he, at any rate, was sleeping soundly. Towards 2 in the morning, Sir Harry must have fallen into a deep sleep, for he was quite unconscious of the sound of stealthy steps creeping along the stone corridor and pausing a moment on the mat outside his room. Then the handle of the door was softly turned, and the door itself, moving on its well-oiled hinges, was gently pushed inward. In another moment there was a tremendous scuffle beneath the bed, and with a great bound the mastiff flung himself on the intruder and pinned him to the floor. Startled by the unexpected sounds, and thoroughly aroused, Sir Harry jumped up and hastily lit a candle. Before him on the floor lay Antonio, with the mastiff standing over him, uttering his fierce growls and showing his teeth in a dangerous manner. Stealthily, the Italian stole out his hand along the floor to conceal something sharp and gleaming that had fallen from him on the dog's unexpected onslaught. But a savage snarl from Leo warned him to keep perfectly still. Calling off the mastiff, who instantly obeyed the sound of his master's voice, though with bristling hair and stiffened tail, he still kept his eyes fixed on the Italian. Sir Harry demanded from the valet the cause of his unexpected intrusion into his bedroom at that hour and in that way. There was so much embarrassment and hesitation in Antonio's reply that Sir Harry's suspicions were aroused. In the meantime, the unusual sounds at that hour of the night had awakened the household. Servants came hurrying along the passage to their master's room. Confronted by so many witnesses, the Italian became terrified and abject, and stammered out such contradictory statements that it was impossible to get at the truth of his story, and Sir Harry saw that the only course open to him was to have the man examined and tried by the magistrate. At the examination, the wretched valet confessed that he had entered his master's room with the intention of murdering and robbing him, and had only been prevented by the unexpected attack of the mastiff. Among the family pictures in the possession of the family of the Earls of Lichfield, the descendants of Sir Harry Lee, there is a full-length portrait of the knight with his hand on the head of the mastiff, and beneath this legend, "More faithful than favored." End of section 48. Recording by Sophia Koshik. Section 49 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Koshik. The Animal Storybook. Edited by Andrew Lang. Dolphins, Turtles, and Cod. Stories from Audubon by Robert Williams Buchanan. In the excellent life of Mr. Audubon, the American naturalist, some curious stories are to be found respecting the kinds of fish that he met with in his voyages through the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. Audubon's remarks about the habits of dolphins are especially interesting, and will be read with pleasure by everybody who cares for the sea and all that in them is. Dolphins abound in the Gulf of Mexico and the neighboring seas, and are constantly to be seen chasing flying fish, which are their food. Flying fish can swim more rapidly than the dolphins, which of course are far larger creatures, but if they find themselves much outnumbered and in danger of being surrounded, they spread the fins that serve them for wings and fly through the air for a short distance. At first, this movement throws out the dolphins, who are unable to follow the example of their prey, but they soon contrive to keep up with the flying fish by giving great bounds into the air, and as the flying fish's powers are soon exhausted, it is not long before the hunt comes to an end and the dolphin sees the fish as they tumble into the sea. Sailors are fond of catching dolphins, and generally bait their hooks with a piece of shark's flesh. When the fish is taken, its friends stay round it till the last moment, only swimming away as the dolphin is hauled on board. For its size, which is generally about 3 feet long, and has rarely been known to exceed 4 feet, the dolphin has a remarkably good appetite, and sometimes he eats so much that he is unable to escape from his enemy, the bottle-nosed porpoise. A dolphin that was caught in the Gulf of Mexico was opened by the sailors, and inside him were counted 22 flying fish, each one 6 or 7 inches long, and all arranged quite neatly with their tails foremost. Before they have their dinner, they are full of fun, and their beautiful blue and gold bodies may often be seen leaping and bounding and diving about the ship, a sight which the sailors always declare portends a gale. Indeed, the stories to which dolphins give rise are many and strange. The negroes believe that if a silver coin, fried or boiled in the same water as the fish, will turn into copper if the dolphin is in a state unfit for food, but as no one can swear that he has ever seen the transmutation of the metal, it may be suspected that the tale was invented by the cook for the sake of getting an extra $1. About 80 miles from the peninsula of Florida are a set of low, sandy banks known as the Tortuga, or Turtle Islands, from the swarms of turtles which lay their eggs in the sand and are eagerly sought for by traders. Turtles are of many sorts, but the green turtle is considered the best and is boiled down into soup, which is both rich and strengthening. They are cautious creatures and never approach the shore in the daylight or without watching carefully for some time to see if the coast is indeed clear. They may be seen on quiet moonlight nights in the months of May and June, lying 30 or 40 yards from the beach, listening intently, and every now and then making a loud hissing noise intended to frighten any enemies that may be lurking near. If their quick ears detect any sound, however faint, they instantly dive and swim to some other place. But if nothing is stirring, they land on the shore and crawl slowly about with the aid of their flappers until they find a spot that seems suitable for the hatching of their eggs, which often number 200, laid at one time. The operations are begun by the turtle scooping out a hole in the burning sand by means of her hind flappers, using them each by turns, and throwing up the sand into a kind of rampart behind her. This is done so quickly that in less than 10 minutes she will often have dug a hole varying from 18 inches to 2 feet. When the eggs are carefully placed in separate layers, the loose sand is laid over them, and the hole not only completely hidden, but made to look exactly like the rest of the beach, so that no one could ever tell that the surface had been disturbed at all. Then the turtle goes away and leaves the hot sand to do the rest. In course of time, the young turtles, hardly bigger than a 5-shilling piece, leave their shells and make their way to the water, unless, before they are hatched, their nest has been discovered by men or by the cougars and other wild animals who feed greedily on them. If they belong to the tribe of the green turtles, they will at once begin to seek for sea plants, and especially a kind of grass, which they bite off near the roots so as to get the tenderest parts. If they are young hawkbills, they will nibble the seaweed and soon go on to crabs and shellfish, and even little fishes. The loggerheads grow a sharp beak, which enables them to crack the great conch shells and dig out the fish that lives inside, while the trunk turtle, which is often of an immense size, but with a very soft body, loves sea urchins and shellfish. All of them can swim so fast that they often seem to be flying, and it needs much quickness of eye and hand to spear them in the water. Even to catch them on shore is a matter of great difficulty, and in general more than one man is required for the service. The turtle is raised up from behind by a man on his knee, pushing with all his might against her shoulder, but this has to be done with great caution, or else the hunter may get badly bitten. When the turtle is fully raised up, she is thrown over on her back, and, like a sheep in a similar position, can seldom recover herself without help. The turtles, when caught, are put into an enclosure of logs with a sandy or muddy bottom through which the tide flows, and here they are kept and fed by their captors until they are ready for the market. Unlike most creatures, their price is out of all proportion to their weight, and a loggerhead turtle, weighing 700 pounds, has been known to cost no more than a green turtle of 30. Early in May and well into June, the seas extending northwards from Maine to Labrador are alive with ships just starting for the cod fishing. Their vessels are mostly small but well stocked, and a large part of the space below is filled with casks, some full of salt and others empty. These empty ones are reserved for the oil that is procured from the cod. Every morning, as soon as it is light, some of the crew of each ship enters a small boat, which can be sailed or rowed as is found necessary. When they reach the cod banks, every man boards up part of his boat for the fish when caught, and then takes his stand at the end with 2 lines, baited at the opening of the season with salted mussels and later with gannets or caplings. These lines are dropped into the sea on either side of the boat, and when the gunwale is almost touching the water and it is dangerous to put in any more fish, they give up work for the morning and return to the harbor. In general, fishing is a silent occupation, but codfishers are a rather talkative race and have bets with each other as to the amount of the takes of the respective crews. When they get back to their vessels, often anchored 8 or 10 miles away, they find that the men who have been left behind have set up long tables on deck, carried the salt barrels on shore, placed all ready the casks for the livers, and cleared the hold of everything but a huge wedge of salt for the salting. Then, after dinner, some of the men row back to the cod banks, while the others set about cleaning, salting, and packing the fish, so as to be quite finished when the men return from their second journey. It is almost always midnight before the work is done and the men can turn in for their 3 hours' sleep. If, as often happens, the hauls have been very large, the supply soon threatens to become exhausted, so on Sunday the captain sails off for a fresh bank. Then, the men who are laziest or most unskillful in the matter of fishing take out the cargo that has already been salted and lay it out on scaffolds which have been set up on the rocks. When the sun has dried the fish for some time, they are turned over, and this process is repeated several times in the day. In the evening, they are piled up into large stacks and protected from the rain and wind. In July, the men's work is in one way less hard than before, for this is the season when the caplings arrive to spawn upon the shores, and where caplings are, cod are sure to follow. Now great nets are used, with one end fastened to the land, and these nets will sometimes produce 20,000 or 30,000 fish at a haul. With so many men engaged in the cod fishing, and considering the number of diseases to which cod are subject, it is perhaps quite as well that each fish should lay such a vast supply of eggs, though out of the 8,000,000 laid by one fish which have been counted, it is calculated that, from various causes, only about 100,000 come to maturity. End of section 49. Recording by Sophia Koshik.
Section 50 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. More about elephants, from The Wild Elephant by Sir James Emerson Tennant. Long, long ago, when the moon was still young, and some of the stars that we know best were only gradually coming into sight, the earth was covered all over with a tangle of huge trees and gigantic ferns, which formed the homes of all sorts of enormous beasts. There were no men, only great animals and immense lizards, whose skeletons may still be found embedded in rocks or frozen deep down among the Siberian marshes. For, after the period of fearful heat, when everything grew rampant, even in the very north, there came a time of equally intense cold, when every living creature perished in many parts of the world. When the ice which crushed down life on the earth began to melt, and the sun once more had power to pierce the thick, cold mists that had shrouded the world, animals might have been seen slowly creeping about the young trees and fresh green pastures, but their forms were no longer the same as they once were. The enormous frames of all sorts of huge monsters and the great lizard called the ichthyosaurus had been replaced by smaller and more graceful creatures, who could move lightly and easily through this new world. But changed though it seemed to be, one beast still remained to tell the story of those strange old times, and that was the elephant. Now anybody who has ever stood behind a big, clumsy cart horse going up a hill cannot fail to have been struck with its likeness to an elephant. And it is quite true that elephants and horses are nearly related. Of course, in the East, where countries are so big and marches are so long, it is necessary to have an animal to ride of more strength and endurance than a horse. And so elephants, who are, when well treated, as gentle as they are strong, were very early trained as beasts of burden, or even as men of war. In their wild condition, they have a great many curious habits. They roam about the forests of India or Africa in herds, and each herd is a real family who have had a common grandfather. The elephants are very particular as to the number of their herd. It is never less than 10 or more than 21, but being very sociable, they easily get on terms of civility with other herds, and several of these groups may be seen moving together towards some special pond or feeding ground. But friendly as they often are, each clan keeps itself as proudly distinct from the rest as if they were all Highlanders. Any unlucky elephant who has lost his own herd and tries to attach himself to a new one is scouted and beaten away by every member of the tribe, till, like a man who is punished and scorned for misfortunes he cannot help, the poor animal grows desperate and takes to evil courses, and is hunted down under the name of a rogue. Elephants have a great idea of law and order, and carefully choose a leader who is either strong enough or clever enough to protect the herd against its enemies. Even a female has sometimes been chosen if her wisdom has been superior to that of the rest, but male or female, the leader once fixed upon, the herd never fails to give him absolute obedience, and will suffer themselves to be killed in their efforts to save his life. As everyone knows, during the dry season in India, water becomes very scarce, and even the artificial tanks that have been built for reservoirs are very soon empty. About the middle of this century, an English officer, Major Skinner by name, had drawn up to rest on the embankment of a small Indian tank, which, low though it was, contained the only water to be found for a great distance. On 3 sides of the tank there was a clearing, but on the 4th lay a very thick wood, where the herd lay encamped all day, waiting for darkness to fall, so that they might all go to drink. Major Skinner knew the habits of elephants well, and what to expect of them, so he sent all his natives to sleep, and climbed himself into a large tree that sheltered the tank at one corner. However, it appeared that the elephants were unusually cautious that night, for he sat in his tree for 2 hours before a sound was heard, though they had been lively enough as long as the sun was shining. Suddenly a huge elephant forced his way through the thickest part of the forest, and advanced slowly to the tank, his ears at full cock, and his eyes glancing stealthily around. He gazed longingly at the water for some minutes, but did not attempt to drink. Perhaps he felt it would be a mean advantage to take of his comrades, and then he quietly retraced his steps backwards till he had put about 100 yards between himself and the water, when 5 elephants came out of the jungle and joined him. These he led forward, listening carefully as before, and placed them at certain spots where they could command a view both of the open country and the forests. This done, and the safety of the others provided for, he went to fetch the main body of the herd, which happened to be 4 or 5 times as large as usual. Silently, as if preparing for an assault, the whole of this immense body marched up to where the scouts were standing, when a halt was signaled, so that the leader might for the last time make sure that no hidden danger, in the shape of man, lion, or tiger, awaited them. Then permission was given, and with a joyful toss of their trunks in the air, in they dashed, drinking, wallowing, and rolling over with delight, till one would have thought it had been years since they had tasted a drop of water, or known the pleasures of a bath. From his perch in the tree, Major Skinner had been watching with interest the movement of the herd, and when he saw that they had really had their fill, he gently broke a little twig and threw it on the ground. It seemed hardly possible that such a tiny sound could reach the ears of those great tumbling, sucking bodies, but in one instant they were all out of the tank and tearing towards the forest, almost carrying the little ones between them. Of course, it is not always that elephants can find tanks without traveling many hundreds of miles after them, and on these occasions their wonderful sagacity comes to their aid. They will pause on the banks of some dried-up river, now nothing but a sandy tract, and feel instinctively that underneath that sand is the water for which they thirst. But then, how to get at it? The elephants know as well as any engineer that if they tried to dig a hole straight down, the weight of their bodies would pull down the whole side of the pit with them, so that is of no use. In order to get round this difficulty, Long experience has taught them that they must make one side to their well a gentle slope, and when this is done they can wait with perfect comfort for the water, whose appearance on the surface is only a question of time. Much might be written about the likes and dislikes of elephants, which seem as a rule to be as motiveless as the likes and dislikes of human beings. Till they are tamed and treated kindly by some particular person, elephants show a decided objection to human beings, and in Ceylon have a greater repugnance to a white skin than to a brown one. In fact, they are shy of anything new or strange, but will put up with any animal to which they are accustomed. Elks, pigs, deer, and buffaloes are their feeding companions, and the elephants take no more notice of their presence than if they were so many canaries. Indeed, as far as can be gathered, the elephant is much more afraid of the little domestic animals with which it is quite unacquainted than of the huge vegetable-eating beasts with which both it and its forefathers were on intimate terms. Goats and sheep it eyes with annoyance. They are new creatures, and were never seen in jungles or forests. But, bad as they might be, dogs, the shadows of men, were worse still. They were so quick, so lively, and had such hideous high voices, which they were always using, not keeping them for special occasions like any self-respecting quadruped. Really, they might almost as well be parrots with their incessant chatter. But of all kinds of dogs, surely the one called Scotch Terrier was the most alarming and detestable. One day an animal of this species actually seized the trunk of an elephant in its teeth, and the elephant was so surprised and frightened that it fell on its knees at once. At this the dog was a little frightened too, and let go, but recovered itself again as the elephant rose slowly to its feet and prepared to charge afresh. The elephant, not knowing what to make of it, backed in alarm, hitting out at the dog with its front paws, but taking care to keep his wounded trunk well beyond its reach. At last, between fright and annoyance, he lost his head completely, and would have fairly run away if the keeper had not come in and put a stop to the dog's fun. If Aesop had known elephants or Scotch terriers, he might have made a fable out of this, but they had not visited Greece in his day. End of section 50. Recording by narrator J.
Section 51 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅�ឆ𝐿�6090, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Bungie by Mr. Jesse. Bungie from Jesse's British Dogs. During the reigns of Queen Elizabeth and James, there lived a brave and accomplished knight called Sir John Harington, who had been knighted on the field of battle by the famous Earl of Essex, and had translated into English a long poem by an Italian called Ariosto. But busy though he was in so many ways, Sir John still had time to spare for his raw dog, Bungie, and in the year 1608 he writes a long letter to Prince Henry, elder brother of Charles I. Full of the strange doings of his favorite. Bungie seems to have been used by Sir John as a sort of carrier pigeon, and he tells how he would go from Bath to Greenwich Palace to deliver up to the court there such matters as were entrusted to his care. The nobles of the court made much of him, and sometimes gave him errands of their own, and it was never told to their Lady Queen that this messenger did ever blab aught concerning his high trust, as others have done in more special matters. More wonderful even than this was his behavior concerning 2 sacks of wheat, which Bungy had been commissioned by Sir John's servant Combe to carry back from Bath to his own house at Kelston, a few miles distant. The sacks were tied round the dog's body by cords, but on the way the cords got loose, and Bungy, clever though he was, could not tie them up again. However, he was not beaten, and hiding one flasket in some bushes that grew near by, he bore the other in his teeth to Kelston, and then returning, fetched the hidden one out of the rushes, and arrived with it in good time for dinner. Sir John is plainly rather afraid that Prince Henry might not quite believe this instance of sagacity, for he adds, "Hereat your highness may perchance marvel and doubt, but we have living testimony of those who wrought in the fields, and espied his work, and now live to tell they did much long to play the dog, and give stowage to the wine themselves, but they did refrain, and watched the passing of this whole business." As may be well guessed, the fame of Bungy's talents soon spread, and then, as now, there were many dog stealers in the country. On one occasion, as Sir John was riding from Bath to London, Bungy was tempted to leave his side by the sight of a pond swarming with wild duck or mallard. Unluckily other people besides Bungy thought it good sport to hunt wild fowl, and did not mind seizing valuable dogs, so poor Bungy was caught and bound, till it could be settled who would give the highest price for him. At last his captors decided that they would take him to London, which was not very far off, and trust to chance for finding a buyer. As it happened, the Spanish ambassador was on the lookout for a dog of that very kind, and he was so pleased with Bungy that he readily agreed to give him the large sum asked by the men who brought him. Now Bungy was a dog who always made the best of things, and as Sir John tells the prince, "Such was the court he did pay to the Don, that he was no less in good liking there than at home." In fact, everybody grew so fond of him, that when after 6 weeks Sir John discovered where he was and laid claim to him, no one in the house could be prevailed on to give him up. Poor Sir John, who, as we know, was very much attached to Bungy, was at his wits' end what to do, when it suddenly occurred to him to let the dog himself prove who was his real master. So having the ambassador's leave to what he wished in the matter, he called all the company together at dinner time, and bade Bungy go into the hall where dinner was already served, and bring a pheasant from the dish. This, as Sir John says, created such mirth, but much more, when he returned at my commandment to the table, and put it again in the same cover. After such a proof there was no more to be said, and Sir John was allowed to be the dog's master. But Bungy's life was not destined to be a very long one, and his death was strange and sudden. As he and his master were once more on the road from London to Bath on their return journey, he began jumping up on the horse's neck, and was more earnest in fawning and courting my notice than what I had observed from time back, and after my chiding his disturbing my passing forward, he gave me some glances of such affection as he moved me to cajole him, but alas! he crept suddenly into a thorny brake, and died in a short time. It is impossible to guess what kind of illness caused the death of poor Bungy, but it is pleasant to think that Sir John never forgot him, and also loved to talk of him to his friends. "Now let Ulysses praise his dog Argus," he writes to Prince Henry, "or Tobit be led by that dog, whose name doth not appear. Yet could I say such things of my Bungy as might shame them both, either for good faith, clear wit, or wonderful deeds. To say no more than I have said of his bearing letters to London and Greenwich, more than 100 miles. As I doubt not but your highness would love my dog, if not myself. I have been thus tedious in his story, and again say, that all the dogs near your father's court, not one hath more love, more diligence to please, or less pay for pleasing, than him I write of. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 52, Lions and Their Ways, by William Bingley. Although it would not be safe to put oneself into the power of a lion, trusting to its generosity to make friends, there are a great many stories of the kindness of lions to other creatures, which are perfectly true. One day, more than 100 years ago, a lion cub only 3 months old was caught in one of the great forests near the river Senegal, and brought to a Frenchman as a gift. The Frenchman, who was fond of animals, undertook to train it, and as the cub was very gentle and quiet, this was easily done. He soon grew very fond of his master, and enjoyed being petted, both by him and his friends. And what was more strange in a beast whose forefathers had passed all their lives in solitude, the lion hated being by himself. The more the merrier was clearly his motto, and whether the company consisted of dogs, cats, ducks, sheep, geese, or monkeys, which were his bedfellows, or men and women, did not matter to him. And you may imagine his joy when one night, as he went to bed, he found 2 little new-born pups in his straw. He was quite as pleased as if he had been their mother. Indeed, he would hardly let the mother go near them, and when one of them died, he showed his grief in every possible way, and became still more attached to its brother. After 6 months, the lion, now more than a year old, was sent off to France, still with the little pup for company. At first his keepers thought that the strangeness of everything would make him frightened and savage, but he took it quite calmly, and was soon allowed to roam about the ship as he pleased. Even when he landed at Havre, he only had a rope attached to his collar, so he was brought to Versailles, the pup trotting happily by his side. Unfortunately, however, the climate of Europe did not agree with the dog as with the lion, for he gradually wasted away and died, to the terrible grief of his friend. Indeed, he was so unhappy that another dog was put into the cage to make up for the lost one. But this dog was not used to lions, and only knew that they were said to be savage beasts, so he tried to hide himself. The lion, whose sorrow, as often happens, only made him irritable and cross, was provoked by the dog's want of confidence in his kindness, and just gave him one pat with his paw, which killed him on the spot. But still he continued so sad that the keepers made another effort, and this time the dog behaved with more sense, and coaxed the lion into making friends. The 2 lived happily together for many years, and the lion recovered some of his spirits. But he never forgot his first companion, or was quite the same lion again. Many hundreds of miles south of Senegal, a Hottentot who lived in Namaqualand was one evening driving down a herd of his master's cattle to drink in a pool of water which was fenced in by 2 steep walls of rock. It had been a particularly hot summer, and the water was scarce, so the pool was lower than usual, and it was not until the whole herd had gotten close to the brink that the Hottentot noticed a huge lion lying right in the water, preparing to spring. The Hottentot, thinking, as well as his fright would let him think at all, that anything would serve as supper for the lion, dashed straight through the herd and made as fast as he could for some trees at a little distance. But a low roar behind him told him that he had been wrong in his calculations, and that the lion was of opinion that man was nicer than bull. So he fled along as quickly as his trembling legs would let him, and just reached one of the trees aloes in which some steps had been cut by the natives, as the lion bounded into the air. However, the man swung himself out of his enemy's range, and the lion fell flat upon the ground. Now the branches of the tree were covered with hundreds of nests of a kind of bird called the sociable grosbeak, and it was to get these nests that the natives had cut in the smooth trunk the steps which had provided the salvation of the Hottentot. Behind the shelter of the nest the Hottentot cowered, hoping that when he was no longer seen the lion would forget him and go in search of other prey. But the lion seemed inclined to do nothing of the sort. For a long while he walked round and round the tree, and when he got tired of that, he lay down, resolved to tire the man out. The Hottentot hearing no sound, peeped cautiously out to see if his foe was still there, and almost tumbled down in terror to meet the eyes of the lion glaring into his. So the two remained all through the night and through the next day. But when sunset came, the lion could bear his dreadful thirst no longer, and trotted off to the nearest spring to drink. Then the Hottentot saw his chance, and leaving his hiding place, he ran like lightning to his home, which was only a mile distant. But the lion did not yield without a struggle, and traces were afterward found of his having returned to the tree, and then scented the man to within 300 yards of his hut. End of section 52. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. Section 53 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 53, The History of Jacko I by Alexander Dumas, translated by Mrs. Blackley. The ship Roxalana of Marseille lay anchored in the Bay of Loando, which, as we all know, is situated in South Guinea. The Roxalana was a merchant vessel, and a brisk traffic had been going on for some time with the exchange of the European goods with which the ship had been laden, for ivory and other native produce. All hands were very busy getting on board the various provisions and other stores needed for a long voyage, for it was in the days of sailing vessels only, and it would be some time before they could hope to return to Marseille. Now, the captain of the Roxalana was a mighty hunter, and seeing that all was going on well under the first officer's direction, he took his gun and a holiday, and went up country for one more day's sport. He was as successful as he was brave, and he had the great good luck to meet a tiger, a young hippopotamus, and a boa constrictor. All these terrible creatures fell before the unerring aim of the Provincial Nimrod, and after so adventurous a morning's work, the captain naturally began to feel tired and hungry, so he sat down under the shade of some trees to rest and have some lunch. He drew a flask of rum out of one pocket, and having uncorked it, placed it on his right side. From his other pocket he produced a large guava, which he laid on his left side, and finally he drew a great wedge of ship biscuit from his game bag and put it between his knees. Then he took out his tobacco pouch and began to fill his pipe, so as to have it ready at hand when he had finished his meal. Imagine his surprise when, having filled his pipe, he found the flask had been upset and the guava had disappeared. I am afraid the captain made use of some very strong language, but there was nothing for it but to make the best of the biscuit, the sole relic of his feast. As he munched it, he warily turned his head from side to side, watching for the thief, when all of a sudden something fell upon his head. The captain put up his hand and found the skin of his guava. Then he raised his eyes and saw a monkey dancing for joy at his own pranks in the tree just above him. As I have already shown, the captain was an excellent shot. Without stirring from his seat, he took up his gun and with a shot snapped the end of the branch on which his persecutor was sitting. Down came the branch and the monkey, and the captain at once captured the latter before it had time to recover from the surprise of its rapid fall. He was small and quite young, only half grown, but of a rather rare kind, as the captain, who had an ever-ready eye to the main chance, at once perceived. "Aha!" he said. "This little fellow will be worth 50 francs if he's worth a farthing by the time we get back to Marseille." So saying, he popped the monkey into his game bag and buttoned it carefully up. Then, feeling that a piece of biscuit was not quite a sufficient lunch after the fatigues of his morning's sports, he retraced his steps and returned to his ship in company with his monkey, whom he named Jacko. Before leaving Loando, the captain, who was fond of pets, bought a beautiful white cockatoo with a saffron crest and jet-black beak. ℍ𝔀🐻, that was his harmonious name, was indeed a lovely creature, and extremely accomplished into the bargain. He spoke French, English, and Spanish equally well, and sang God Save the King and the Marseillaise and the Spanish national anthem with great perfection. The aptitude for languages made him a ready pupil, and his vocabulary was largely increased by daily association with the crew of the Roxalana, so that before they had been very long at sea, ⋅🁻🍌 swore freely in the purest Provençal, to the delight and admiration of his captain. The captain was very fond of his two pets, and every morning, after inspecting the crew and giving each man his orders for the day, he would go up to ⋅🁻🍌's cage, followed by Jacko, and give the cockatoo a lesson. When this was well said, he would reward his pupil by sticking a lump of sugar between the wires of the cage, a reward which delighted ⋅🁻🍌, whilst it filled Jacko with jealousy. He too loved sugar, and the moment the captain's back was turned, he would draw near the cage and pull and pinch till the lump of sugar generally changed its destination, to the despair of ⋅🁻🍌, who, crest erect and with brandished claw, rent the air with shrieks of rage mingled with angry oaths. Jacko meanwhile stood by, affecting an innocent air, and gently sucking the sugar which he had stowed away in one of his pouches. Unluckily, none of ⋅🁻🍌's owners had taught him to cry, "Stop, thief!" and he soon realized that if Jacko were to be punished, he must see to it himself. So one day, when the monkey, after safely abstracting the sugar, pushed a paw between the bars of the cage to gather up some remaining crumbs, ⋅🁻🍌, who was gently swinging, head down, and apparently unconscious of what was going on, suddenly caught Jacko's thumb in his beak and bit it to the bone. Jacko uttered a piercing screech, rushed to the rigging, and climbed as far as he could, when he paused, clinging on by 3 paws and piteously brandishing the 4th in the air. Dinner time came, and the captain whistled for Jacko, but, contrary to all customs, no Jacko came. The captain whistled again, and this time he thought he heard an answering sound, which seemed to come from the sky. He raised his eyes and beheld Jacko, still waving his injured paw. Then began an exchange of signals, with the result that Jacko firmly refused to come down. Now the captain had trained his crew to habits of implicit obedience, and had no notion of having his orders resisted by a monkey, so he took his speaking trumpet and called for Double-mouth. Double-mouth was the cook's boy, and he had well earned his nickname by the manner in which he took advantage of his culinary position to make one meal before the usual dinner hour, without its interfering in the least with his enjoyment of a second at the proper time. At the captain's call, Double-mouth climbed on deck from the cook's galley and timidly approached his chief. The captain, who never wasted words on his subordinates, pointed to Jacko, and Double-mouth at once began to give chase with an activity which proved that the captain had chosen well. As a matter of fact, Jacko and Double-mouth were dear friends, the bond of sympathy which united them being one of greediness, for many a nice morsel Jacko had to thank the cook's boy for. So when the monkey saw who was coming, instead of trying to escape him, he ran to meet him, and in a few minutes the two friends, one in the other's arms, returned to the deck where the captain awaited them. The captain's one treatment for wounds of all kinds consisted of a compress steeped in some spirit, so he at once dipped a piece of rag in rum and bandaged the patient's thumb with it. The sting of the alcohol on the wound made Jacko dance with pain, but noticing that the moment the captain's back was turned, Double-mouth rapidly swallowed the remains of the liquid in which the rag had been dipped, he realized that however painful as a dressing, it might possibly be agreeable to the palate. He stretched out his tongue, and very delicately touched the bandage with its tip. It was certainly rather nice, and he licked more boldly. By degrees the taste grew on him, and he ended by putting his thumb, bandage and all, into his mouth and sucking it bodily. The result was that, the captain having ordered the bandage to be wetted every 10 minutes, by the end of a couple hours Jacko began to blink and to roll his head, and as the treatment continued he had at length to be carried off by Double-mouth, who laid him on his own bed. Jacko slept without stirring for some hours. When he woke, the first thing which met his eyes was Double-mouth busy plucking a fowl. This was a new sight, but Jacko seemed to be particularly struck by it on this occasion. He got up from the bed and came near, his eyes steadily fixed on the fowl, and carefully watched how the whole operation proceeded. When it was ended, feeling his head a little heavy still, he went on deck to take the air. The weather was so settled, and the wind so favorable that the captain thought it only a waste to keep the poultry on board alive too long. So he gave orders that a bird should be served daily for his dinner in addition to his usual rations. Soon after, a great cackling was heard amongst the hen coops, and Jacko climbed down from the yard where he was perched at such a rate that one might have thought he was hastening to the rescue. He tore into the kitchen, where he found Double Mouth already plucking a newly killed fowl, till not an atom of down was left on it. Jacko showed the deepest interest in the process, and on returning to the deck he, for the first time since his accident, approached ⋅🌍🌍's cage, carefully keeping beyond range of his beak, however. After strolling several times round, he at last seized a favorable moment, and clutching hold of one of ⋅🌍🌍's tail feathers, pulled hard till it came out regardless of the cockatoo's screams and flappings. This trifling experiment caused Jacko the greatest delight, and he fell to dancing on all fours, jumping up and falling back on the same spot, which all his life was the way in which he showed his supreme content about anything. Meantime the ship had long lost sight of land, and was in full sail in mid-ocean. It appeared unnecessary to the captain, therefore, to keep his cockatoo shut up in a cage, so he opened the door and released the prisoner, there being no means of escaping beyond the ship. ⋅🌍🌍 instantly took advantage of his freedom to climb to the top of one of the masts, where, with every appearance of rapture, he proceeded to regale the ship's company with his entire large and varied vocabulary, making quite as much noise by himself as all the 25 sailors who formed his audience. Whilst this exhibition was taking place on deck, a different scene was being enacted below. Jacko had, as usual, approached Double Mouth at plucking time, but this time the lad, who had noticed the extreme attention with which the monkey watched him, thought that possibly there might be some latent talent in him which was a pity not to develop. Double Mouth was one of those prompt and energetic persons who waste no time between an idea and its execution. Accordingly, he quietly closed the door, put a whip into his pocket in case of need, and handed Jacko the duck he was about to pluck, adding a significant touch to the handle of the whip as a hint. But Jacko needed neither hint nor urging. Without more ado he took the duck, placed it between his knees as he had seen his tutor do, and fell to with a will. As he found the feathers giving place to down and the down to skin, he became quite enthusiastic, so much so that when his task was done he fell to dancing for joy exactly as he had done the day before by ⋅🌍🌍's cage. Double Mouth was overjoyed for his part. He only regretted not having utilized Jacko's talent sooner, but he determined to do so regularly in the future. Next day the same operation took place, and on the third day Double Mouth, recognizing Jacko's genius, took off his own apron and tied it round his pupil, to whom from that moment on he resigned the charge of prepping the poultry for the spit. Jacko showed himself worthy of the confidence placed in him, and by the end of a week he had quite distanced his teacher in skill and quickness. Meantime the ship was nearing the equator. It was a peculiarly sultry day, when the very sky seemed to sink beneath its own weight. Not a creature was on deck but the man at the helm and ⋅🌍🌍 in the shrouds. The captain had flung himself into his hammock and was smoking his pipe, whilst Double Mouth fanned him with a peacock's tail. Even Jacko seemed overcome by the heat, and instead of plucking his fowl as usual, he had placed it on a chair, taken off his apron, and appeared lost in slumber or meditation. His reverie, however, did not last long. He opened his eyes, glanced round him, picked up a feather which he first stuck carelessly in his mouth and then dropped, and at length began to slowly climb the ladder leading on deck, pausing and loitering at each step. He found the deck deserted, which apparently pleased him, as he gave 2 or 3 little jumps, whilst he glanced about to look for ⋅🌍🌍, who with much gesticulation was singing God Save the King at the top of his voice. Then Jacko seemed to forget his rival's existence altogether, and began lazily to climb the rigging on the opposite side, where he indulged in various exercises, swinging by his tail head down, and generally appearing to have only come with a view to gymnastics. At length, seeing that ⋅🌍🌍 took no notice of him, He quietly sidled that way. And at the very moment that the performance of the English national anthem was at its height, he seized the singer firmly with his left hand, just where the wings joined the body. ⋅🔀⋅ uttered a wild note of terror, but no one was sufficiently awake to hear it. "By all the winds of heaven!" exclaimed the captain suddenly. "Here's a phenomenon, snow, under the equator." "No," said Doublemouth. "That's not snow, that's... Ah, you rascal!" And he rushed toward the companion. "Well, what is it then?" asked the captain, rising in his hammock. "What is it?" cried Doublemouth from the top of the ladder. "It's Jacko plucking ⋅🔀⋅ The captain was on deck in 2 bounds, and with a shout of rage roused the whole crew from their slumbers. "Well," he roared to Doublemouth, "what are you about standing there? Come, be quick!" Doublemouth did not wait to be told twice, but was up the rigging like a squirrel. Only the faster he climbed, the faster Jacko plucked, until, when the rescuer reached the spot, it was a sadly bare bird which he tore from Jacko's vindictive hands and carried back to his master. Needless to say that Jacko was in dire disgrace after this exploit. However, in time he was forgiven, and often amused the captain and crew with his pranks. When the Roxalana reached Marseilles after a quick and prosperous voyage, he was sold for 75 francs to Eugene Isbey the painter, who gave him to Flero for a Turkish hookah, who in turn exchanged him for a Greek gun with Descamps. End of section 53. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman.
Section 54 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eddie Chigozie. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Sinora and Lori by Dosh Blatter. A gentleman living in Güstrow, in Mecklenburg, who was very fond of animals, possessed a fine parrot which had beautiful plumage and could talk better than most of his kind. Besides the parrot, he had a poodle called Sinora Patti, after the great singer, whom the gentleman had once had when he was upon a visit to Rostock. After his return home, he bestowed the name upon his dear poodle. Under the tuition of her master, the poodle began to be an artist in her way. There was no trick performed by dogs too difficult for her to learn. The parrot, whose name was Lori, paid the greatest attention whilst the Sinora's lessons were going on, and soon he had all the vocabulary which the Sinora carried in her head, not only in his memory, but on his tongue. When the dog was told by her master to go to the baker, then Lori could croak out the words also. Sinora Patti would hasten to fetch the little basket, sit herself before her master, and, looking up at him with her wise eyes, scrape gently upon the floor with her paw, which signified, "Please put in the money." Her master dropped in a few coins, and Sinora ran quickly to the baker with the basket, and brought it back filled with little cakes. Placing it before her master, she awaited her reward, a good share of the dainties. Often for a variety in the lessons, she had to go to the baker without money. Then her master simply gave the order on tick, and the Sinora, who knew that the cakes would be sent, obeyed the command at once. The parrot made a droll use of these practisings, turning to account his knowledge of speech in the slyest way. If he found himself alone with the poodle, who was perhaps comfortably stretched on her cushion, Lori would cry, imitating his master's voice, as if he quite understood the joke, "Go out!" Poor Patti would get up in obedience to the order and slink out of the door with her ears drooping. And immediately Lori would whistle, just in the tune used by his master, and the Sinora then returned joyfully into the room. But it was not only for pastime that Laurie exercised his gift. The cunning bird used it for the benefit of his greedy beak. It began to happen often to the master to find that his private account book, carefully kept in the smallest details, did not agree well with that of his neighbor the baker. The ℅𝔞🫫, declared the baker, had become most accomplished in the art of running up a long bill, and always, of course, at her master's orders. Only he, the master, when he looked over the reckoning, growled to himself, "My neighbor is a rogue. He chalks up the amount double." How very much was he astonished then, and how quickly were his suspicions turned into laughter, when he beheld through a half-open door the following absurd scene. It was one fine morning, and Laurie sat upon the top of his cage, calling out in his shrillest tones, "Sinora, Sinora!" The poodle hastened to present herself before him, wagging her tail, and Laurie continued, "Go to the baker." The ℅𝔞🫫 fetched the little basket from its place and put it before her tyrant, scratching her paw on the floor to ask for money. "On tick," was Laurie's prompt and brief remark. The ℅𝔞𝷄 seized the basket and rushed out of the door. Before long she returned, laid the basket full of little cakes before the parrot, and looked with a beseeching air for the reward of her toil. But the wicked Laurie received her with a sharp "Get out!" putting her to flight, and proceeded to enjoy his ill-gotten gains in solitude. End of section 54. Recorded by ℍ𝔂𝔏𝐻𝑍𝑖.
Section 55 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang, of the linnet, popinjay, or parrot, and other birds that can speak. The linnets be, in manner, the best birds of all others. Howbeit they are very docile. Do they will whatsoever they are taught and bidden, not only with their voice, but also with their feet and bills, as if they were hands. In the territory about Arles, there is a bird called Taurus, because it loweth like a bull or cow, for otherwise a small bird it is. There is another, also named Anthus, which likewise resembleth the neighing of horses, and if haply by the approach of horses they be driven from their grass whereof they feed, they will seem to neigh, and upon them chase them away, and be revenged of them again. But above all other birds of the air the parrots pass for counterfeiting a man's voice, insomuch as they will seem to parley and prate our very speech. This fowl cometh out of the Indies. It is all the body over green, only it hath a collar about the neck of vermilion red, different from the rest of her feathers. The parrot can skill to salute emperors, and bid good morrow, yea, and to pronounce what words she heareth. She loveth wine well, and when she hath drunk freely, is very pleasant and playful. She hath an head as hard as is her beak. When she learns to speak, she must be beaten about the head with a rod of iron, for otherwise she careth for no blows. When she taketh her flight down from any place, she lighteth upon her bill, and resteth thereupon, and by that means saveth her feet, which by nature are but weak and feeble, and so carrieth her own weight more lightly. There is a certain pie of nothing so great reckoning and account as the parrot, because she is not far set, but here by near at hand, howbeit she pronounces that which is taught her more plainly and distinctly than the other. These take a love to the words that they speak, for they do not only learn them as a lesson, but they learn them with a delight and pleasure, insomuch that a man shall find them studying thereupon, and continuing the said lesson, and by their careful thinking upon that which they learn, they show plainly how mindful and attentive they be thereto. It is for certain known that they have died for very anger and grief that could not learn to pronounce some hard words, as also unless they hear the same words repeated unto them. Their memory is so shittle they will soon forget the same again. If they miss a word and have lost it, they will seek to call it again to remembrance, and if they fortune to hear the same word in the meantime, they will wonderfully joy thereat. As for their beauty, it is not ordinary, although it be not very lovely. Be surely amiable enough are they in this, that they can so well resemble man's speech. It is said that none of their kind are good to be made scholars, but such only as feed upon mast, and among them those that have 5 toes to their feet, but even these also are not fit for that purpose, after the first 2 years of their age, and their tongue is broader than ordinary, like as they be all that counterfeit man's voice, each one in their kind, although it be in manner general to birds whatsoever, to be broad-tongued. Agrippina, the empress, wife of Claudius Caesar, had a black bird, or a throstle, at what time I compiled this book, which could counterfeit man's speech, a thing never seen or known before. The 2 Caesars also, the young princes, to wit, Germanicus and Drusus, had one stare, and sundry nightingales taught to parley Greek and Latin. Moreover, they would study upon their lessons, and meditate all day long, and from day to day come out with new words still, yea, and are now able to continue a long speech and discourse. Now for to teach them the better, these birds must be in a secret place apart by themselves, when they can hear no other voice, and one is to sit over them, who must repeat often that which he would have them to learn, yea, to please them also with giving them such meat as they best love. End of section 55. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare.
Section 56 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅𝔀𝐻. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 56, Patch and the Chickens, by Miss A.M. Alleyne. On a farm up in Durham, there were 6 little chickens who were deserted by the mother hen as soon as they were hatched. So the farmer's wife put them in a basket and carried them into the cottage to keep them warm by the fire. There they were discovered by a smooth-coated terrier named Patch, who was at that time very sad because her little puppy had just died, and she began to look after the chickens as if they were her own children. The little chicks also turned to her quite naturally for care and protection. She used to treat them very gently, and would sit and watch them feed with the greatest interest. She would curl herself up, and then let them climb about her, and go to sleep between her paws. Sometimes she did not seem to consider the floor comfortable enough for her adopted family, and would jump onto a wooden settle which stood in the kitchen, and then with her feet she would pat the cushions into a cozy bed, and very carefully would take one chicken after another in her mouth, and place them on the softest part. Soon the time came for the chickens to be sent out into the world. One day when Patch was out for a walk, they were taken to the farmyard. When the poor little dog returned, she was quite broken-hearted, and ran whining about the cottage. Then, as if seized with a sudden thought, she walked out of the door, and in a very short time she reappeared, followed by her feathered family, and again they took up their abode in the cottage. Every morning Patch used to take them out for a walk, and it was a most amusing sight to see the little terrier followed by a procession of 6 stately hens. At last their living in the house became such an inconvenience to the farmer's wife that poor Patch's children had to be killed. For some time Patch was very unhappy, and would still go into the farmyard to look for her 6 chickens. End of chapter 12. Recording by ℅𝔀𝐻.
Section 57 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Fierce Falcon, by Charles St. John. The Fierce Falcon, from Wild Sports of the Highlands, by C. St. John. There are not nearly so many stories about birds as about dogs and cats, because birds can fly away, and it is more difficult to know what becomes of them. Perhaps, properly speaking, stories about birds have no business in a beast book, but as long as the story is interesting, it does not do to be too particular. A good many years ago, a gentleman named St. John was exploring the high hills near the source of the Findhorn in Inverness-shire, when he found a young falcon, which was being reared as a pet by a shepherd boy, who gave her trout to eat. There was not much beauty about the falcon when Mr. St. John first saw her, for her plumage was dark brown, with long shaped spots on the breast, but in spite of that he took a fancy to her, and persuaded her master to sell her to him. When, however, she had passed her second birthday, and might be considered grown up, she put on all her finest feathers, and was very much admired by everyone. Her throat became a lovely soft cream color, and the brown on her back changed into a lovely dark gray, while on her bosom each little feather was crossed by a bar. But lovely though she was, Mr. St. John felt her to be a great care, for she was very strong, as well as very brave, and would never think twice about attacking dogs or even people, if they offended her. As for the fowls, she soon made short work of them, that her master was obliged to chain her up in the kitchen garden, which had hitherto formed the property of a tame owl. Luckily for the owl, the falcon at once made friends with him, and he was even allowed to finish up any of the falcon's dinner which she did not want herself. Matters went quite smoothly for some weeks, and Mr. St. John was beginning to flatter himself that his pet was quieting down and becoming quite a home bird, when one day a duck, tempted by the sight of the garden, whose gate had been carelessly left open, advanced a few steps along the path, seeing nothing and nobody, for being daylight, the owl was asleep and the falcon too cunning to move. The duck became bolder and walked merrily on, pecking at anything that took her fancy, and making funny little noises of satisfaction, unconscious of a pair of bright eyes that were watching her from behind a bush. Indeed, so absorbed was the duck in her afternoon tea that she never even saw the falcon steal softly out and soar a little way up into the air, and suddenly swoop down with great force, and before the victim had time to be frightened she was dead, and her body was carried away in the falcon's claws, to serve for her supper. Now the duck was the mother of a large family, all newly hatched, and it would have fared very badly with them in their babyhood had it not been for the kindness of a guinea fowl, who adopted them as her own, directly she heard that they were left orphans and helpless. The guinea fowl indeed was quite glad of the chance, because she had a warm heart, and had mourned sadly for her husband, who had been lately condemned to death on account of a series of horrible murders he had committed among the young chickens. So the good creature thought the duck's sad accident quite providential, and at once set about filling her place. Like many other mothers, instead of making the little ducklings fall into her ways, she fell into theirs, and never left their sides, except on urgent business. And they had, even then, only to call her if they saw great clumsy animals, such as dogs or children, coming their way, and down she would rush in a frightful hurry, half scrambling, half flying over bushes and palings, and making furious pecks at the children's legs, if they ventured too close to her little ones. Still, not all her love nor all her courage would have prevented the guinea fowl falling a victim to the falcon. If once the bird had got loose, and as it was, the falcon continued to do a good deal of damage to the creatures about the farmyard. A cock, who had hitherto crowed very loudly, and declared himself king of the birds, was foolish enough to give battle to our falcon. An hour after, a few feathers were all that remained of him. And as to the pigeons, if they ever happened to get within the length of her chain, their doom was certain. At last the gaps in the poultry yard became so serious that Mr. St. John made up his mind that the falcon must be fastened up in a still more out of the way place, and while he was altering her chain, away she flew. Of course he thought she was gone forever, and he watched her circling about the house with a very sad heart, for he was still fond of her, though she was such a very bad bird, and gave him so much trouble. But as it was getting dark, he had to go in, and stealing a last look at her as he entered the house, he saw her settling down for the night in the top of a tall tree. For 5 days no more was seen or heard of the wanderer, and it was not until the 5th morning that Mr. St. John observed her, high in the air, fighting fiercely with some hooded crows. He stood out on the grass, where there was nothing to hide him, and whistled loudly. In an instant the falcon heard him, busily engaged though she was, and wheeled down to her old master, perching on his arm, and rubbing her beak against him. She did not seem to have been softened or improved by her taste of liberty, for she showed herself quite as ready as of old to attack everything within reach of her chain, first killing them and then pulling off their hair or plucking out their feathers, before she began her meal. The only animal which she could not swallow was a mole, and one day she swooped down on a Skye terrier, and it would certainly have not escaped alive had not its master come to the rescue. But it is time we thought of something nicer than this dreadful bird. Section 57.
Section 58 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Mr. Bolt, the Scotch Terrier, by Mr. Jesse. All children who know anything of dogs or cats will have found out very soon that the ugly ones are generally far cleverer and more sensible than the pretty ones, who are very apt to think too much of themselves, and who will spend a long time admiring themselves in the glass, just as if they were vain men and women. Perhaps it is not altogether their fault if they are stupid, for when they are shaped well and have fine glossy coats, their masters and mistresses spoil them and give them too much to eat, so they grow lazy and greedy and disobedient, and like better to lie on the hearth-rug than to do tricks or jump over fences. Now luckily for himself, Mr. Bolt, the hero of this story, was quite a plain dog. There could be no doubt about it, and those who loved him did so because he was useful and good company, and not because he was elegant or graceful. Bolt was a large Scotch terrier, rough and hairy, with a thick sort of grey fringe, and great dark eyes looking out from underneath the fringe. His tail and his legs were very short, and his back was very long, so long that he reminded one of a furniture van more than anything else. But clever though he was, Bolt had his faults, and the worst of them was that he was very apt to take offence when none was intended, and was far too ready to pick a quarrel and to hit out with all his might. He probably owed some of this love of fighting to the country in which he was born, for although a Scotch dog by descent, he was Irish by birth, and his earliest home was near Dublin. As everybody knows, the happiest moment of an Irishman's life is when he is fighting something or somebody, and Bolt in his youth was as reckless as any Irishman of them all. He was hardly a year old when he turned upon his own mother, who had done something to displease him when they were chained together in a stable, and never let her throat go until she was stone dead. Cats, too, were his natural enemies, whom he fought and conquered when no dogs were at hand, and sometimes he would steal out at night from his master's bed, where he always slept, and go for a chase by the light of the moon. Early one morning a fearful noise was heard in the house, and when his master, unable to bear it any longer, got out of bed to see what had happened, he found a strange cat lying on the stairs quite dead, and a house cat with which Bolt was barely on speaking terms sitting in a friendly manner by the side of the conqueror. It is supposed that the strange cat had been led either by motives of curiosity or robbery to enter by some open window, and that the house cat, unable to drive him out, had welcomed Bolt's ready help for the purpose. Fighter though he was by nature, Bolt had inherited enough Scotch caution not to begin a quarrel unless he had a fair chance of victory. But he was generous, and seldom attacked dogs smaller than himself unless he was forced into it, or really had nothing better to do. He always began by seizing his enemy's hind leg, which no other dog had been known to do before, and he had such a dislike to dogs whose skins were yellow that not even the company of ladies, and the responsibility weighing upon him as their escort, would stop Bolt's wild rush at his yellow foe. He hated being shut up too, and showed amazing cleverness in escaping from prison. If that was quite impossible, he did the next best thing, which was to gnaw and destroy every article he could in any way reach. One day, when he had behaved so oddly that his family feared he must be going mad, children have been known to frighten their parents in a similar way, he was chained up in a little room, and feeling too angry to sleep, he amused himself all night with tearing a Bible, several shoes, and a rug, while he gnawed a hole through the door, and bit through the leg of a table. In the morning, when his master came to look at him, he seemed quite recovered, and very well pleased with himself. As you will see, Bolt had plenty of faults, but he also had some very good qualities, and when he did not think himself insulted by somebody's behavior, he could show a great deal of sense. One night the cook had been sitting up very late, baking bread for the next day, and being very tired, she fell asleep by the kitchen fire, and a spark fell out on her woolen dress. As there was no blaze, and the girl was a heavy sleeper, she would most likely never have waked at all until it was too late. Only luckily for her, the smell reached Bolt's nose as he was lying curled up on his master's bed, near the door which always stood open. Before rousing the house and giving them all a great fright, he thought he had better make sure exactly what was wrong, so he ran first down to the kitchen from which the smell seemed to come, and finding the cook half stupefied by the smoke, he rushed back to call his master. This he managed to do by tearing up and down the room, leaping on the bed, and pulling off all the clothes, so that the poor man was quite cold. His master was much astonished at the state of excitement Bolt was in, and feared at first that he had gone mad. But after a few minutes he decided that he would get up and see what was the matter. Bolt went carefully before him into the kitchen, and sat down by the side of the sleeping girl, turning his face anxiously to the door, to make sure that his master should make no mistake. So in a few seconds the fire was put out, and the girl escaped with nothing worse than a slight scorching. I might tell you many stories of Bolt and his funny ways, but I have only room for one now. After some time his mistress and her daughter left the house in which Bolt had spent so many years, and took lodgings in Dublin. Bolt went with them, but when they all arrived, the landlady declared she did not like dogs, and Bolt must be placed elsewhere. Now this was very awkward. Of course it was out of the question that Bolt could be left behind, yet it was too late to make other arrangements. So after some consideration he was sent back to some lodgings near by, where his master had formerly lived, and where they promised to take great care of him. His young mistress called every day to carry him off for a walk, and she often tried to get him to enter the house she herself was living in, but nothing would persuade the offended Bolt to go inside the door. He would sit on the step for some time, hoping she would be persuaded to return with him. When he found that was hopeless, he walked proudly back to his own rooms. His mistress stayed in that house for nearly a year, and in all that time Bolt never forgot or forgave the slight put upon him, or could be induced to enter the house. Indeed, his feelings were so bitterly hurt that even when they all set up house again, it was months before Bolt could be got to do anything more than pay his family a call now and then, and sometimes dine with them. So you see, it is a serious thing to offend a dog, and he needs to be as delicately handled as a human being. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ℅𝔞𝔫𝔞𥂌🍏, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. A Raven's Funeral by Mrs. Lang. A Raven's Funeral. In the days of Tiberius the Emperor, there was a young raven hatched in a nest upon the church of Castor and Pollux, which, to make a trial how he could fly, took his first flight into a shoemaker's shop just over against the said church. The master of the shop was well enough content to receive this bird, as commanded to him from so sacred a place, and in that regard set great store by it. This raven in short time became acquainted to man's speech, began to speak, and every morning would fly up to the top of the rostra, or public pulpit, for orations, when, turning to the open forum or market place, he would salute and bid good morrow to Tiberius Caesar, and after him to Germanicus and Drusus, the young princes, every one by their names, and anon the people of Rome also that passed. And when he had done so, afterwards would fly again to the shoemaker's shop aforesaid. This duty practised, yea, and continued for many years together, to the great wonder and admiration of all men. Now it fell out so, that another shoemaker, who had taken the next shop unto him, either upon a malicious envy or some sudden spleen and passion of anger, killed the raven. Whereat the people took such indignation, that they, rising in an uproar, first drove him out of the street, and made that quarter of the city too hot for him, and not long after murdered him for it. But contrariwise, the carcass of the raven was solemnly interred, and the funeral performed with all the ceremonial obsequies that could be devised. For the corpse of this bird was bestowed in a coffin, couch, or bed, and the same bedecked with chaplets of fresh flowers of all sorts, carried upon the shoulders of two blackamoors, with minstrels before, sounding the hautboys and playing on the fife, as far as the funeral fire, which was piled and made in the right hand of the causi Appia, in a certain plain or open field. So highly reputed the people of Rome that ready wit and apt disposition in a bird, as they thought it a sufficient cause to ordain a sumptuous burial therefore. End of section 59.
Section 60 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. A Strange Tiger, Bingley's Animal Biography. In the year 1790, a baby tiger, only 6 weeks old, whose skin was most beautifully marked in black and yellow, and whose figure was as perfectly modeled as the figure of any tiger could be, was put on board a large East India Company's ship called the Pitt, to be brought to London as a present to George III. Of course, in those days no one ever thought of coming through the Red Sea, but all vessels sailed all the way round by the Atlantic, so the voyage naturally took many months, especially if the winds were unfavorable. Under these circumstances it was as well to choose your fellow passengers carefully, as you had to live such a long time with them. Unlike most of its tribe, the little tiger soon made itself at home on board ship, and as it was too small to do much harm, it was allowed to run about loose and played with anybody who had time for a game. It generally liked to sleep with the sailors in their hammocks, and they would often pretend to use it for a pillow as it lay in full length on the deck. Partly out of fun, and partly because it was its nature to do so, the tiger would every now and then steal a piece of meat, if it found one handy. One day it was caught red-handed by the carpenter, who took the beef right out of its mouth and gave it a good beating. But instead of the man getting bitten for his pains, as he might have expected, the tiger took his punishment quite meekly, and bore the carpenter no grudge after. One of its favorite tricks was to run out to the very end of the bowsprit, stand there looking over the sea, and there was no place in the whole ship to which it would not climb when the fancy took it. But on the whole, the little tiger preferred to have company in its gambols, and was especially fond of dogs, of which there were several on board. They would chase each other and roll over together just like two puppies, and during the 10 months or so that the voyage from China lasted, they had time enough to become fast friends. When the vessel reached London, the tiger was at once taken to the Tower, which was the zoological gardens of those days. The little fellow did not mind, for he was always ready to take what came and make the best of it. All the keepers grew as fond of him as the sailors had been. No more is known about him for 11 months, when he was quite grown up, and then one day, just after he had had his dinner, a black, rough-haired terrier pup was put into his cage. Most tigers would have eaten it at once, but not this one, who still remembered his early friends on board ship. He used to watch for the pup every day, and lick it all over, taking care never to hurt it with his rough tongue. In general, the terrier had its food outside the cage, but sometimes it was forgotten, and then it would try to snatch a bit of the tiger's meat. But this the tiger thought impertinent, and made the dog understand that it was the one thing he would not stand. After several months of close companionship, the terrier was for some reason taken away, and one day, when the tiger awakened from his after-dinner nap, he found the terrier gone and a tiny Dutch mastiff in its place. He was surprised, but as usual made no fuss, and proceeded to give it a good lick, much to the alarm of the little mastiff. However, its fright soon wore off, and in a day or two it might be seen barking round him and even biting his feet, which the tiger never objected to, perhaps because he could hardly have felt it. 2 years after the tiger had been settled in the Tower, the very same carpenter who had beaten him for stealing the beef came back to England, and at once paid a visit to his old friend. The tiger was enchanted to see him, and rushing to the grating, began rubbing himself against it with delight. The carpenter begged to be let into the cage, and though the keepers did not like it, he declared there was no danger, and at last they opened the door. In a moment the tiger was by his side, nearly knocking him down with joy and affection, licking his hands and rubbing his head on his shoulders, and when, after 2 or 3 hours, the carpenter got up to go, the tiger would hardly let him leave the den, for he wanted to keep him there forever. But all tigers cannot be judged by this tiger. End of section 60. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 61 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Halcyons and Their Biographers by Mrs. Lang. Some of the old writers, such as Pliny, Plutarch, Ovid, and Aristotle, tell a pretty story about a bird called the halcyon, which flew sporting over the seas, and in midwinter, when the days were shortest, sat on its nest and brooded over its eggs. And Neptune, who loved these small, gay-plumaged creatures, took pity on them and kept the waves still during the time of their sitting, so that by and by the days in a man's life that were free from storm and tempest became known as his halcyon days, by which name you will still hear them called. Now, after a careful comparison of the descriptions of the ancient writers, modern naturalists have come to the conclusion that the halcyon of Pliny and the rest was no other than our beautiful kingfisher, which flashes its lovely green and blue along the rivers and cascades both of the Old World and the New. It is now known that the kingfisher is one of the burrowing birds, and that it scoops out in the sand or soft earth of the river banks a passage which is often as much as 4 feet long and grows wider as it recedes from the water. It feeds upon fish, and fish bones may be found in large numbers on the floor of the kingfisher's house, which, either from laziness or a dislike to change, he inhabits for years together. His eyes are wonderfully quick, and he can detect a fish even in turbulent waters from the bough of a tree. Then he makes a rapid dart and rarely misses his prey. No bird has been the subject of so many superstitions and false stories as the kingfisher, which attracted much attention from its great beauty. Ovid changes the king of Magnesia and his wife, Alcyone, into kingfishers. Pliny talks of the bird's sweet voice, whereas its note is particularly harsh and ugly, and Plutarch mistakes the sea urchin's shell for that of the halcyon. Even the Tartars have a story to tell of this bird, and assure us that a feather plucked from a kingfisher and then cast into the water will gain the love of every woman it afterwards touches, while the Ostyacs held that the possession of the skin, bill, and claws of the kingfisher will ensure the owner a life made up of halcyon days. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Jane, Memphis, Tennessee. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 62. The Story of a Frog by Miss Blackley. Part 1. Everyone knows what excitement the approach of the shooting season causes to a certain class of people in Paris. One is perpetually meeting some of them on their way back from the canal, where they have been getting their hands in by popping at larks and sparrows, dragging a dog after them, and stopping each acquaintance to ask, "Do you like quails and partridges?" "Certainly." "Oh, well, I'll send you some about the 2nd or 3rd of next month." "Many thanks. By the way, I hit 5 sparrows out of 8 shots just now. Not bad, was it?" "First rate indeed." Well, towards the end of August, 1830, one of these sportsmen called at number 109 in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, and on being told that Descamps was at home, climbed to the 5th floor, dragging his dog up step by step, and knocking his gun against every corner till he reached the studio of that eminent painter. However, he only found his brother, Alexandre, one of those brilliant and original persons whose inherent laziness alone prevented his bringing his great natural gifts to perfection. He was universally voted a very good fellow, for his easy good nature made him ready to do or give whatever anyone asked. It was not surprising, therefore, that the newcomer soon managed to persuade Alexandre that nothing could be more delightful than to attend the opening of the shooting season on the plains of Saint-Denis, where, according to general report, there were swarms of quails, clouds of partridges, and troops of hares. As a result of this visit, Alexandre the Comte ordered a shooting coat from his tailor, a gun from the first gun-makers in Paris, and a pair of gaiters from an equally celebrated firm, all of which cost him 660 francs, not to mention the price of his license. On August 31st, Alexandre discovered that one important item was still wanting to his outfit: a dog. He went at once to a man who had supplied various models to his brother Eugene's well-known picture of performing dogs, and asked if he had happened to have any sporting dogs. The man declared he had the very thing, and going to the kennel, promptly whipped off the three-cornered hat and little coat worn by a black and white mongrel, whom he hastened to present to his customer as a dog of the purest breed. Alexandre hinted that it was not usual for a pointer to have such sharp-pointed ears, but the dealer replied that Love was an English dog, and that it was considered the very best form for English dogs to have pointed ears. As this statement might be true, Alexandre made no further objections, but paid for the dog and took Love home with him. At 5 o'clock next morning, Alexandre was roused up by his sporting friend, who, scolding him well for not being ready earlier, hurried him off as fast as possible, declaring the whole plain would be shot before they could get there. It was certainly a curious sight. Not a swallow, not even the meanest little sparrow, could rise without a volley of shots after it, and everyone was anxiously on the lookout for any and every sort of bird that could possibly be called game. Alexandre's friend was soon bitten by the general fever and threw himself energetically amidst the excited crowd, whilst Alexandre strolled along more calmly, dutifully followed by Love. Now everyone knows that the first duty of any sporting dog is to scour the field and not to count the nails in his master's boots. This thought naturally occurred to Alexandre, and he accordingly made a sign to Love and said, "Seek!" Love promptly stood up on his hind legs and began to dance. "Dear me," said Alexandre, as he lowered his gun and contemplated his dog. "It appears that Love unites the lighter accomplishments to his more serious education. I seem to have made a rather good bargain." However, having bought Love to point and not to dance, he waited till the dance was over and repeated in firm tones, "Seek!" Love stretched himself out at full length and appeared to be dead. Alexandre put his glass into his eye and inspected Love. The intelligent creature was perfectly immovable. Not a hair on his body stirred. He might have been dead for 24 hours. "This is all very pretty," said Alexandre, "but, my friend, this is not the time for jokes. We are here to shoot. Let us shoot. Come, get up." Love did not stir an inch. "Wait a bit," remarked Alexandre, as he picked up a stick from the ground and took a step towards Love, intending to stir him up with it. "Wait a bit." But no sooner did Love see the stick in his master's hand than he sprang to his feet and eagerly watched his movements. Alexandre, thinking the dog was at last going to obey, held the stick towards him and for the third time ordered him to seek. Love took a run and sprang gracefully over the stick. Love could do 3 things to perfection: dance on his hind legs, sham dead, and jump for the king. Alexandre, however, who did not appreciate the third accomplishment any more than he had done the 2 others, broke the stick over Love's back, which sent him off howling to his master's friend. As fate would have it, the friend fired at that very moment, and an unfortunate lark fell right into Love's jaws. Love thankfully accepted this windfall and made but one mouthful of the lark. The infuriated sportsman threw himself on the dog and, seizing him by the throat to force open his jaws, thrust in his hand and drew out 3 tail feathers. The bird itself was not to be thought of. Bestowing a vicious kick on the unhappy Love, he turned on Alexandre, exclaiming, "Never again do you catch me shooting with you. Your brute of a dog has just devoured a superb quail. Come here if you dare, you rascal." Poor Love had not the least wish to go near him. He ran as fast as he could to his master, a sure proof that he preferred blows to kicks. However, the lark seemed to have whetted Love's appetite, and perceiving creatures of apparently the same kind rise now and then from the ground, he took to scampering about in hopes of some second piece of good luck. Alexandre had some difficulty in keeping up with him, for Love hunted his game after a fashion of his own, that is to say, with his head up and his tail down. This would seem to prove that his sight was better than his scent, but it was particularly objectionable to his master, for he put up the birds before they were within reach, and then ran barking after them. This went on nearly all day. Towards 5 o'clock, Alexandre had walked about 15 miles and Love at least 50. The former was exhausted with calling, and the latter with barking, when all of a sudden Love began to point, so firmly and steadily that he seemed changed to stone. At this surprising sight, Alexandre, forgetful of all his fatigues and disappointments, hurried up, trembling lest Love should break off before he could get within reach. No fear. Love might have been glued to the spot. Alexandre came up to him, noted the direction of his eyes, and saw that they were fixed on a tuft of grass, and that under this grass there appeared to be some grayish object. Thinking it must be a young bird which had strayed from its covey, he laid down his gun, took his cap in his hand, and cautiously creeping near, like a child about to catch a butterfly, he flung the cap over the unknown object, put in his hand, and drew out a frog. Anyone else would have flung the frog away, but Alexandre philosophically reflected that there must certainly be some great future in store for this, the sole result of his day's sport. So he accordingly put the frog carefully into his game bag and brought it home, where he transferred it to an empty glass jam jar and poured the contents of his water bottle on its head. So much care and trouble for a frog may appear excessive, but Alexandre knew what this particular frog had cost him, and he treated it accordingly. It had cost him 660 francs, without counting his license. Part 2. Oh! cried Dr. Theory as he entered the studio next day. "So you've got a new inmate!" And without paying any attention to Tom's friendly growls or to Jocko's engaging grimaces, he walked straight up to the jar which contained Mademoiselle Camargo, as she had already been named. Mademoiselle Camargo, unaware that Theory was not only a learned doctor, but also a most intellectual and delightful person, fell to swimming round and round her jar as fast as she could go, which, however, did not prevent her being seized by one of her hind legs. "Dear me," said Theory, as he turned the little creature about. "A specimen of the Rana temporaria. See, there are the two black spots near the eyes, which give it the name. Now, if you only had a few dozens of this species, I should advise you to have a fricassee made of their hind legs, to send for a couple of bottles of good claret, and to ask me to dinner. But, as you only happen to have one, we will, with your leave, content ourselves with making a barometer." "Now," said Theory, opening a drawer, "let us attend to the prisoner's furniture." Saying which, he took out 2 cartridges, a gimlet, a penknife, 2 paint-brushes, and 4 matches. ℌ watched him without in the least understanding the object of all these preparations, which the doctor was making with as much care as though for some surgical operation. First, he emptied the powder out of the cartridges into a tray and kept the bullets. Then he threw the brushes and ties to Jocko and kept the handles. "What the deuce are you about?" cried ℌ, snatching his 2 best paint-brushes from Jocko. "Why, you're ruining my establishment." "I'm making a ladder," gravely replied Theory. And true enough, having bored holes in the bullets, he fixed the brush handles into them so as to form the sides of the ladder, using the matches to make the rungs. 5 minutes later the ladder was completed and placed in the jar, where the weight of the bullets kept it firmly down. No sooner did Mademoiselle Camargo find herself the owner of this article of furniture than she prepared to test it by climbing up to the top rung. "We shall have rain," said Theory. "You don't say so," replied ℌ. "And there's my brother who wanted to go out shooting again today." "Mademoiselle Camargo does not advise his doing so," remarked the doctor. "How so?" "My dear friend, I have been providing you with an inexpensive but reliable barometer. Each time you see Mademoiselle Camargo climb to the top of her ladder, it's a sure sign of rain. When she remains at the bottom, you may count on fine weather, and if she goes up halfway, don't venture out without your umbrella. Changeable, changeable." "Dear me, said ℌ. During the next 6 months, Mademoiselle Camargo continued to foretell the weather with perfect and unerring regularity. But, for painful reasons into which we need not inquire too closely, Mademoiselle's useful career soon closed, and she left a blank in the menagerie. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Woodpecker Tapping on the Hollow Oak Tree by Mrs. Lang. Most children who were taught music 40 or 50 years ago learnt as one of their first tunes an air called The Woodpecker Tapping on the Hollow Oak Tree. Oak trees are not the only ones that woodpeckers, and especially American woodpeckers, tap on. There is hardly any old tree which they disdain to work upon, sometimes for food, sometimes for nesting purposes, sometimes it would seem merely for the sake of employment and of keeping their bills in order. For the woodpecker's bill is a very powerful instrument and can get through a great deal of work. In the case of the ivory-billed woodpecker, it is not only white and hard and strong, but it has a ribbed surface, which tends to prevent its breaking, And even if he does not form one of this class, the woodpecker is as clever in his own line as any carpenter, and more industrious than many. The moment that he notices symptoms of decay in any tree, he flies off to make a careful examination of it, and when he has decided on the best mode of attack, he loses no time, and has even been known to strip all the bark off a dead pine tree of 30 feet long in less than 20 minutes. And this is not in little bits, but in sheets 5 or 6 feet long, and as whole as the fleece of a sheep when it is sheared. Of course, different varieties of woodpeckers have little differences in their habits, in the same way that habits differ in different families. But certain customs and ways of digging are common to them all. Every woodpecker, for instance, when placed in a wooden cage, will instantly set to work to dig himself out of it, and to keep him safe, he needs to be surrounded by wire, against which his bill is utterly useless. In general, the male and female work by turns at the hole, which is always begun by the male, and is as perfectly round as if it had been measured and drawn from one point to another. For a while the boring is quite straight, and then it takes a sloping direction, so as to provide a partial shelter against the rain. Sometimes the bird will begin by a slope and end in a direct line, but the hole is never straight all through, and the depth varies from 2 to 5 feet according to the kind of woodpecker that is digging. The inside of the nest and the passage to it are as smooth as if they had been polished with a plane, and the chips of wood are often thrown down in a careless manner at some distance, in order that attention may not be attracted to the spot. Often the bird's labors have to begin, especially in orchards, which are favorite nesting places with them, with having to turn out swarms of insects nestling comfortably between the bark and the tree. These he either kills or eats. Anyhow, he never rests until they are safely got rid of. The woodpecker is never still, and, in many respects, is like a mischievous boy. So, as can be imagined, he is not very easy to make a pet of. One adventurous person, however, captured a woodpecker in America, and has left us a history of its performances during the 3 days it lived in captivity. The poor bird was very miserable in its prison, and cried so like a child that many persons were completely taken in. Left alone for a short time in the room while his captor had gone to look after his horse, he examined the room carefully to see where lay his best chance of escape. His quick eye soon detected the plaster between the window and the ceiling, and he began at once to attack the weak place. He worked so hard that when his master returned he had laid bare the laths, and had bored a hole bigger than his own head, while the bed was strewn with big fragments of plaster. A very little while longer, and he would have been free, and what a pity that he was disturbed in his work. But his master was most anxious to keep him a little longer, to observe his ways, so he tied him to the leg of the table, and went off to get him some food. By the time the man came back, the mahogany table was lying in bits about the floor, and the woodpecker was looking eagerly around to see what other mischief he could do. He would not eat food of any kind, and died in 3 days, to the great regret of his captor. End of section 63. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 64 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Dogs Over the Water by Mrs. Lang. No animal, not even the horse, has made itself so many friends as the dog. A whole library might be filled with stories about what dogs have done, and men could learn a great deal from the sufferings dogs have gone through for masters that they love. Whatever differences there may be between foreigners and Englishmen, there is at any rate none in the behaviour of British and foreign dogs. Love me, love my dog, the proverb runs. But in general it would be much more to the point to say, love my dog, love me. We do not know anything of the Austrian officer of whose death I am going to tell you, but after hearing what his dog did, we should all have been pleased to make the master's acquaintance. In the early years of this century, when nearly every country in Europe was turned into a battlefield by Napoleon, there was a tremendous fight between the French and the Austrians at ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 in Lombardy, which was then under the Austrian yoke. The battle was hard fought and lasted several hours, but at length the Austrian ranks were broken and they had to retreat after frightful losses on both sides. After the field had been won, Napoleon, as his custom was, walked around among the dead and dying to see for himself how the day had gone. Not often had he performed this duty amidst a greater scene of blood and horror, and as he came to a spot where the dead were lying thickest, he saw to his surprise a small, long-eared spaniel standing with his feet on the breast of an Austrian officer, and his eyes fixed on his face, waiting to detect the slightest movement. Absorbed in his watch, the dog never heard the approach of the emperor and his staff, but Napoleon called to one of his attendants and pointed out the spaniel. At the sound of his voice, the spaniel turned round and looked at the emperor, as if he knew that to him only he must appeal for help. And the prayer was not in vain, for Napoleon was very seldom needlessly cruel. The officer was dead and beyond any aid from him, but the emperor did what he could, and gave orders that the dog should be looked after by one of his own men, and the wounded Austrians carefully tended. He knew what it was to be loved as blindly by men as that officer was loved by his dog. Nearly 2 years before this time France was trembling in the power of a set of bloody ruffians, and in Paris especially no man felt his head to be safe from one hour to the other. Hundreds of harmless people were clapped into prison on the most paltry charges, and if they were not torn to pieces by infuriated crowds, they ended their lives on the guillotine. Among the last of the victims, before the fall of Robespierre, which finished the Reign of Terror, was a magistrate in one of the departments in the north of France, whom everyone looked up to and respected. It may be thought that it would not have been easy to find a pretext for throwing into prison a man of such an open and honourable life, but when other things failed, a vague accusation of conspiracy against the government was always possible, and accordingly the magistrate was arrested in his own house. No one was there to help him or to share his confinement. He had long sent away his children to places of safety. Some of his relations were in jail like himself, and his friends dared not come forward. They could have done him no good, would only have shared his fate. In those dark days every man had to suffer alone, and nobly they did it. Only one friend the magistrate had who ventured openly to show his affection, and even he might go no farther than the prison doors, namely his spaniel, who for 12 years had scarcely left his side. But though dogs were not yet proscribed, the spaniel's whinings availed nothing, and the gates were shut against him. At first he refused to believe that his master would never come back, and returned again and again with the hopes of meeting the magistrate on his way home. At last the dog's spirits gave way, and he went to the house of a friend of the family who knew him well and received him kindly. Even here, however, he had to be carefully hidden, lest his protector should be charged with sheltering the dog of an accused person, and have to pay the penalty on the guillotine. The animal seemed to know what was expected of him, and neither barked or growled as dogs love to do, and indeed he was too sad to take any interest in what was going on around him. The only bright spot in his day was toward evening, when he was secretly let out, and he made straight for the gate of the prison. The gate was never opened, but he always hoped that this time it would be, and sat on till he felt that his chance was gone for that day. All the prison officials knew him by sight and were sorry for him. And one day the jailer's heart was softened, and he opened the doors and led him to his master's cell. It would be difficult to say which of the two was the happier. And when the time came for the prisoners to be locked up for the night, the man could scarcely tear away the dog, so closely did he cling to his master. However, there was no help for it. He had to be put outside, lest it should occur to someone in authority to make a visit of inspection to the prison. Next evening the dog returned at the same hour and was again admitted, and when his time was up he went home with a light heart, sure that by sunset next day he would be with his beloved master. This went on for several weeks, and the dog at any rate would have been quite satisfied if it had gone on for ever. But one morning the magistrate was told that he was to be brought before his judges to make an answer to his charge and receive his sentence. In the midst of a vast crowd which dared not show sympathy even if it felt it, the magistrate pleaded for the last time, without a friend to give him courage except his dog, which had somehow forced himself through guards and crowd and lay crouched between his legs, happy at this unexpected chance of seeing his master. Sentence of death was pronounced, as was inevitable, and the hour of execution was not long delayed. In the wonderful way that animals always do know when something out of the common is passing, the spaniel was sitting outside the door when his master walked out for the last time, although it was long before the hour of his daily visit. Alone, of all the friends that he had known and loved, his dog went with him and stood beside him on the steps of the guillotine, and sat at his feet when his head fell. Vaguely the spaniel was aware that something terrible had happened. His master, who had never failed him before, would not speak to him now. It was in vain to lick his hand, he got no pat in answer. But if his master was asleep and his bed was underground, then he too must sleep by his side till the morning came and the world awoke again. So 2 nights passed, and 3. Then his friend who had sheltered him during those long weeks came to look for him, and after much coaxing and caressing persuaded him to return to his old hiding place. With great difficulty he was induced to swallow some food, but the moment his protector's back was turned, he rushed out and fought his way to his master's grave. This lasted for 3 months, and every day the dog looked sadder and thinner than the day before. At length his friend thought he would try a new plan with him, and tied him firmly up. But in the morning he found that the dog had, like Samson, broken through his bonds, and was lying on the grave which he never left again. Food was brought to him. He never came to seek it himself, and in time he refused even what was lying there before him. One day his friends found him trying to scratch at the earth where his master lay, and all at once his strength gave way, and with one howl he died, showing the 2 men who stood around of love that was stronger than death, and fidelity that lasted beyond the grave. From Observations in Natural History. One more story of a little dog, this time an English one, and I have done. It was on February 8, 1587, that Mary Queen of Scots ended her 18 years of weary captivity upon a scaffold at Fotheringay, carefully dressed in a robe of black velvet, with a long mantle of satin floating above it, and her head covered with a white crape veil. Mary ascended the platform, where the executioner was awaiting her. Some English nobles, sent by Queen Elizabeth to see that her orders were carried out, were standing by, and some of Queen Mary's faithful women. But beside these was one whose love for her was hardly less, the Queen's little dog, who had been her constant companion in the prison. He was sitting there the whole time, says an eyewitness, keeping very quiet, and never stirring from her side. But but as soon as the head was stricken off and placed upon the seat, he began to bestir himself and cry out. Afterwards he took up a position between the body and the head, which he kept until some one came and removed him, and this had to be done by violence. We are not told who took him away and tenderly washed off the blood of Mary, which was staining his coat, but we may be sure that it was one of the Queen's ladies who cherished everything that belonged to her, and in memory of her mistress would care for her little dog to the end of its days. End of section 64.
Section 65 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Animal Storybook. Edited by Andrew Lang. The Capucine and His Mate by Mrs. Lang. When Vaillant the traveler was in Africa, he made the acquaintance of a bird to which he gave the name of capucine. It was a small creature, which was in the habit of coming with its mate several times a day into Vaillant's tent, a proceeding which he thought arose from pure friendship, but which he soon found sprang from interested motives. Vaillant was making a collection of birds, and his table was strewn about with moss, wool, and such things as he used for stuffing. The capucine, with more sense than might have been expected of him, found out very soon that it was much easier to steal Vaillant's soft material than to collect it laboriously for himself, and the naturalist used to shut his eyes with amusement while the birds flew off with a parcel of stuffing as big as themselves. He followed them and tracked them to a bush which grew by a spring in the corner of a deserted garden. Here they had placed a thick layer of moss in a fork of one of the branches, and were now engaged in weaving in grass, cotton, and flax. The whole of the second day the little pair worked hard, the male making in all 46 journeys to Vaillant's room for thieving purposes. The spoil was always laid either on the nest itself or within the reach of the female, and when enough had been collected, they both trampled it in and pressed it down with their bodies. At last the male got tired, and tried to prevail on his wife to play a game. She declined, and said she had no time for such things. So, to revenge himself, the male proceeded to pull to pieces her work. Seeing that he would have his own way, the female at length consented to play for a little, and fluttered from bush to bush, while her mate flew after her, but she always managed to keep just out of his reach. When he had had enough, he let her go back to her work, while he sang a song for a little, and then made ready to help build the nest. He found, or stole, the materials necessary, and carried them back to his wife, who packed them firmly in and made all tidy. But her husband was much more idle than she, and he soon tired of steady labor. He complained of the heat, and laughed at her for being in such a hurry, and said there was plenty of time before them, and he wanted a little fun. So 8 times during that one morning the poor wife had to leave off her building and hide her impatience and pretend to play, when she would have much rather have been doing something else, and it was 3 days before the bottom was finished and the sides begun. Certainly the making of the bottom was rather a troublesome business, for the birds had to roll over every part of it so as to get it firm and hard. Then, when all was right, they made a border, which they first trimmed round and next overlaid with cotton, pressing it all together with their breasts and shoulders. The twigs of the bush in which the nest was built were interlaced into the sides to prevent the whole structure being blown down, and particular care was taken that none of them should stick out in the inside of the nest, which was absolutely smooth and solid. After 7 days it was done, and very pretty it was. It was perfectly white in color, and about 9 inches high on the outside, where it had been made very thick, and not more than 5 inches within. However, that was quite big enough for 2 such little people. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Owls and Marmots and Eagles' Nests by Mrs. Lang. Owls and Marmots. It is curious, when we come to think of it, how very few of the creatures that live upon the earth ever take the trouble to build any kind of house to live in. For the most part they are contented to find out some cave or hole or convenient place where they can be hidden, and from which they can steal forth to get their food. But as for collecting materials from the outside to make their dwelling place stronger or more beautiful, as do the beavers, for instance, why, we might all look for many years before we should find a horse or a tiger employing himself like that. Yet we all know that all the birds that live, the cuckoo excepted, manage to build some kind of a nest, and so do some fishes and many insects. It would take too long to write about them all, but we will just see how some of the cleverest among them go to work. One of the first things that struck Europeans traveling 60 or 70 years ago in the wild country beyond the great Mississippi was the fact that whole districts, sometimes several acres in extent and sometimes several miles, were covered with little mounds of the shape of a pyramid, about 2 feet wide at the bottom and at the most 18 inches high. These are the houses of the marmots, or prairie dogs, and when deserted as they often are by their original inhabitants, they become the homes of burrowing owls. Now a neat, comfortable, well-built house is really quite necessary for the marmot, as he goes fast asleep when the weather begins to get cold, and does not wake up till the sun is shining warmly again on the earth above him. Then he sets to work, either to repair the walls of his house, which have been damaged by the heavy rains and hard frosts, or if that seems useless labor, to dig a fresh one somewhere else. But industrious as he is, the hard work does not make the marmot at all a dull boy, and he can still spare time for a good game now and then. Of course, as we are talking about birds, perhaps we ought not to be describing marmots, which are naturally not birds at all, but as they build for the burrowing owls to inhabit, a description of the houses may not be out of place. The entrance to the marmot's house is either at the top or on the side of the little mound above ground. Then he hollows out a passage straight down for 1 or sometimes 2 feet, and this passage is continued in a sloping direction for some distance further, when it leads, like a story in the Arabian Nights, into a large warm room, built of soft dry grass, which has been packed into a tight firm mass. In general, the outside of the little mounds is covered with small plants and grasses, so that the marmot always has his food near at hand, but occasionally they prefer to make their villages in barren spots, as being safer from enemies. Still, wherever they are, the sociable little colony of marmots are said to be haunted by at least one burrowing owl, a bird about 9 inches long, and from a distance not very unlike the marmot itself, when it is sitting up, listening for the approach of danger. If no burrow seems likely to be vacant at the time he wants one, the owl does not scruple to turn out the owner, who has to begin all his labor over again. Sometimes, when affairs above ground are more than usually disturbed, and foes of all kinds are prowling about, seeking whom they may devour, owls and marmots and rattlesnakes and lizards rush helter-skelter into the underground city, taking refuge from the dangers of the upper world. It would be a strange sight if we could see it, and it would be stranger still if the fugitives managed to separate without some of the party having gone to make the dinners of the rest. Eagles' Nests. Eagles, as a rule, build their nests on the shelves of rocks, high out of reach of any but the boldest climbers. There are, however, some species among them who prefer the tops of trees, at a height varying from 15 to 50 feet. These nests are constructed of long sticks, grass, and even reeds, and are often as much as 5 or 6 feet high and at least 4 broad. Soft pine tops form the lining and a bed for the young. Many eagles are clever divers and like the excitement of catching their own fish, instead of merely forcing the fish hawks to give up their prey, and an American naturalist gives an interesting account of the sporting proceedings of 2 eagles on the Green River in Kentucky. The naturalist had been lying hidden among the rocks on the bank of the river for about 2 hours, when suddenly, far above his head, where the eagle had built his nest, he heard a loud hissing, and on looking up saw that the little eaglets had crawled to the edge of the nest and were dancing with hope and excitement at the idea of a good dinner. In a few moments the parent eagle reached the rock, and balancing himself on the edge by the help of his wings and tail, handed over his spoil to the young ones. The little eagles seemed in luck that day, for soon their mother appeared in sight, carrying in her claws a perch. But either the watcher below made some movement, or else her eyes were far sharper than her mates', for with a loud cry she dropped her fish and hovered over the nest to protect it in case of an attack. When all was quiet again, the naturalist went out cautiously to examine the perch, which he found to weigh as much as 5½ pounds. You do not catch such big perch in England. End of section 66. End of The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang.